So I see that everyone has taken a seat. We all look happy. God morgon, good morning, och välkommen. That's all of the Swedish I'll say today. Welcome here in the Museum of Ethnography in beautiful Stockholm. We're here for the Swedish Presidency event. So Sweden will hold the seat of the Council of Europe for the first 6 months of this year. And so we're here to honor that. And more importantly, talk about a few very important topics in cultural heritage that we want to highlight today. We have a jam-packed day full of speakers, panels, discussions. So I'm looking forward to taking you on that journey with me. I'm Jolan Wöitz. I'll be your moderator for today. I work at Europeana, and I have done so for the past 5 years. I'm not an expert in 3D, but luckily a lot of 3D experts are here in the room today, and they will be able to hopefully answer the question why 3D matters. Why is it important in cultural heritage? That is mostly the question we want answered here, and we'll be talking about throughout the day. So, as I already said, this is a hybrid event. So we have people joining us online, we have people joining us physically. That means for Q&A, I'll be asking some questions that come in online, and we have some colleagues online that will help me with that. So thank you, Liana, and people online that will be supporting us here. If you have questions in the room, of course, please raise your hand when it's time for Q&A, and you'll be able to ask your question as well. So during the presentations itself, this is mostly for online, we'll try to keep our interaction to a minimum, and we ask you to do the same. We'll post some links, but please just, sit, listen actively, and then during Q&A sessions, we'll open up the floor. I also want to make sure that you know that when you leave the Zoom room today, there will be a quick pop-up survey. It takes just a few minutes, it has a few questions, and it helps us improve our hybrid events and make sure that we know what we did well and what can be improved. So please take your time to answer that survey. Right, so we're here for this long title, Accelerating 3D in the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage. For me, the subtitle is more important, Why 3D Matters. I felt a little bit of this question yesterday. We had a wonderful day out organized by the Ministry of Culture in collaboration with the Swedish National Heritage Board, which ended in a Viking restaurant yesterday evening, which was quite an experience. I really loved being there, and I know a lot of you were there as well. For those of you who weren't there, I want you to imagine coming into a dimly lit wooden room lit by candles that are on these massive wooden tables and in wall sconces. You get introduced into the room by a loud horn blaring by a Viking man that then loudly introduces you and announces you to the rest of the guests there. There's a boat that has been rigged up to the ceiling, and when you go and sit down, you get served heaping servings of clams and venison and deer. I'd never experienced anything like this before, but I really felt, even though it maybe was a bit of a more touristy and not very historically accurate version, I think, of the Viking era, I did feel immersed in this kind of culture and history that we can't have anymore, or that doesn't exist anymore today. I also tried to find a horn between last evening and today to announce all of the speakers, but couldn't find one in time, so I'll have to introduce you in a more boring way, I'm sorry. It's this kind of possibility of immersion that for me is one of the great opportunities of digitizing cultural heritage in 3D. We might be able to have a conference like this in VR in a Viking hall that has been digitized, but we can also, preserve monuments that maybe are at risk of being lost due to war or climate change. There's all of these really exciting opportunities, but we need to take all of these cultural heritage institutions along with us on that journey. I think this journey mostly can start today with the answer to that question, why 3D matters. So I'm looking forward to hearing the answer to that question from everyone here today. Right, I'll stop talking now and I'll introduce our first speaker, which is Sofia Laurin. I couldn't think of anyone better to start the day. She is the Ministry, or the Director General of the Ministry of Culture here in Sweden. She's head of the Division for Culture and Cultural Environment, and she'll open up the day for us. So, Sofia, the floor is yours. Please help me in welcoming Sofia.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. You're all very welcome to this event during the Swedish Presidency, regardless whether you are here at the Ethnographical Museum in Stockholm or participate online. I'm honored by the opportunity to present this keynote and send this conference on its way. I'd like to start with sending the best regards and wishes for a successful conference from the Swedish Minister of Culture, Parisa Liljestrand. She regrets that she does not have the opportunity to be here today. Any given year, the requests for the presence of the Swedish Minister of Culture are many, and not less during a presidency. Historically, in Sweden, the motives for digitizing and using digital cultural heritage have changed over the decades. Along with it, the interest in digital cultural heritage from the public authorities have also changed. I imagine the same development can be seen in most of your countries. Some 50 years ago, Swedish cultural heritage institutions started to wonder if computers could be a way forward in getting better control over the large collections. They learned by doing and tailored the system to their own internal needs. The interest from the public authorities in these early days, if any, were purely fiscal, as the collections represent huge values. 25 years later, the government argued that collection database should be published on the internet. Now collection information no longer was considered strictly an internal concern. The information should also benefit the public, other cultural heritage institutions, research, education, and more. Today, the same can be said about public information in general. Open access is a key word. About 10 years ago, the idea arose that cross-border, cross-sector searches into the wealth of European cultural heritage information should be possible, when more and more was available online. In 2008, the European Commission put forward a recommendation to the member states, and the flagship project we know as Europeana was launched. As a result of their recommendation, the Swedish government in 2011 decided on a national strategy for digital cultural heritage. I led that work, and I'm very proud to note that Sweden today is one of the larger providers of digital objects in Europeana. As Sweden has very high ambitions in its national digital strategy, I'm hopeful that this will continue to be the case. I think the importance of digital cultural heritage for society has never been more recognized than it is today. By transforming Europeana from a platform to a data space, digital cultural heritage will be a part of a common data market and can, among other things, be used in tourism application or in educational material. Not the least will the data space be able to provide raw material to the cultural and creative industries, a sector that is of growing importance to the European economy. The setup of European Cloud for digital cultural heritage will provide new opportunities for research. Just around the corner awaits initiatives relating to metaverse and other virtual environments. The list could go on. When I talk to representatives from the cultural heritage institution, the primary issue is often needs for funds. But a real concern today is also access to the right competence, as the demand for digital competence is high in all society. Participating in professional networks and conferences like this today is therefore of great importance for those working with digital cultural heritage. And on that note, I wish you all a fruitful day.
Thank you so much, Sophia. A lot of important keywords, I think, were mentioned by you. Like open access, I think, was a very nice one to drop at the start of the day, and I hope we can come back to that a few times. Also the metaverse, I heard, which I'm sure we can have a lot of discussions about as well. Before we go to the next speaker, I will just see if people online are doing okay, and if there are any questions. But I think we are fine there. So I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, who is online. I hope Rehana is there online to do her keynote. We'll listen to Rehana Schwinninger-Ladak, who is, since 2018, the head of DigiConnect, which stands for the Unit Interactive Technologies, Digital for Culture and Education. Luckily, DigiConnect is an easier term to say. Welcome, Rehana. You are up on screen. I will give the floor to you. Thank you so much for being here. Where are you calling in from today?
Good morning. A very warm welcome from Luxembourg. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you. I'll give the floor to you, and please go ahead, Rehana.
Thank you. I see myself on a huge screen, so a bit unsettling, but that's fine. So a very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be addressing to you remotely at this Europeana conference. And I would like to thank all of you, starting by our very gracious Swedish hosts. As we say, tack sa mycket. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing it rightly, but please bear with me. And also thank you to the organizers, to the Europeana Foundation team, and to all of you attendees, experts, representatives, enthusiasts, leaders of the Europeana initiative and the data space for cultural heritage. Maybe it's because I've been spending these past days during Easter break walking in a forest, which is always conducive to some sort of reflection, that I also see our European cultural heritage as a forest with deep roots, extraordinarily diverse, yet intrinsically linked, strong, vast, and giving us air to breathe. Remember 3 years ago, when after months of confinement and closure, we could finally go back to visiting museums, galleries, archives, and enjoying our cherished monuments. That was like oxygen to us. Also, like a forest, the beloved monuments, site, artifacts are increasingly exposed to many risks, natural and man-made, climate change and war. War, which we did not think could happen anymore on our continent. And with this, I have a special thought for our Ukrainian colleagues still fighting courageously. So, needless to say, and I'm speaking here to the converted, we need not only to preserve, but to accelerate the preservation of our cultural heritage, which obviously means also preserving it digitally. The thing is, still less than 20% of the collections in our museums, archives, galleries, and libraries are digitized. And it's even worse for sites and monuments, even those at risk. We cannot repeat this often enough. And on the other hand, not preserving cultural heritage and not doing it now means exposing it to all those risks with a double cost, which is the cost of ignoring the risk and hoping for the best, and this is not working. And second, the cost of catching up in advanced technologies after a long period of idleness. So the theme of this conference is about 3D technologies. These do not diminish the merit of other technologies such as enhanced 2D, but 3D does bring significant added value for digitization, for digital preservation, for enhanced access, and for reuse in many ways. And there are just so many possibilities, such as adding narratives and stories to a 3D model, the stories of what a building was built for, the intangible heritage it is linked to. or such as applying artificial intelligence in enriching and getting more languages in the 3D model descriptions and metadata, or such as using 3D models to construct cultural virtual world or metaverses, as we just mentioned them. So beyond highlighting choosing 3D in our overarching policy framework, which is the recommendation for a common European data space, we also aspired at an ambition, a collective ambition and responsibility, which is why we've put these targets that by 2030, we want every single monument and site deemed at risk by member states to be digitized in 3D, as well as at least 50% of the most visited ones, because those are also at risk. And this was already 1.5 years ago. Time flies. So next year, we'll be evaluating the outcomes and the progress of member states in relation to the recommendation for the first time. And we have a lot to do, a lot of difficult questions to address, such as what to choose, what do we digitize? And I wonder, for instance, as we are in Sweden, what would be the most pressing monuments to digitize in 3D, for example? Is it the most ancient site, like Iron Age tombs or Stone Age settlements? Is it the most intricate one, like the Kalmar Castle, that would generate the most vertices? Is it the most beloved and visited that would need to stop ticket selling during some days for digitizing? Is it the most reflective with many windows that would make it harder for scanners like the Turning Torso in Malmö? You can see both the Kalmar Castle and the Turning Torso in beautiful images as virtual background, and these come from Europeana. So each and every site, every artifact, every monument, every item is a challenge in itself. Yet, likely, the most difficult might be the first one. So my message here is do not wait for the perfect technology to embrace 3D digitization to do it. There is no ChatGPT drone scan for that. Do not wait for everyone to have all the digital skills perfectly mastered, as many of the skills will only be acquired while doing it. Waiting will only result in being too late. 3D is more affordable than ever, or if you prefer, it is as affordable as it will ever be. So start with something that is at high risk, something you cannot afford your grandchildren to miss, something that matters, to use the word of this conference, something you want to share with the rest of Europe, with the rest of the world. And you're not on your own in this endeavor. You have a community around you to support you through collaboration. This is what the initiative is about, learning from each other, growing through each other and with each other. And Sophia mentioned that previously. And at the Commission, we are very happy to facilitate this collaboration by expanding the European ecosystem, first by nurturing it and growing it as a data space for cultural heritage, by creating links with national data spaces and other European data spaces who have a lot to learn from the cultural heritage data space. We also have the expertise of the 4CH project, which is present in this conference, which will later become the competence center for the conservation of cultural heritage and be able to assist cultural heritage institutions in their technical endeavors. We have new projects that have started and that will enrich the data space. There will be other future opportunities for new projects. Sophia mentioned the lack of funding. We are trying to address this issue of funding. And there is also a toolbox, because funding is not the only thing. There are also a number of ways of helping cultural heritage institutions. So we have some easy to use tools, such as the study on 3D, the task force on 3D, the guidelines on 3D that we published 2 years ago, to help you get started. Because the main thing is to get started. And with this, I will leave you and encourage you to collaborate with everyone. There is a lot of expertise in the room and in the virtual room. And what I would like to say is that you can count on us, on the Commission, to be at your side along the way. And with this, I thank you and I wish you a very fruitful conference. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Rihanna, for those inspiring words. I have a question or two for you, if that is okay, before we move on. First, something that came to my mind while you were speaking, you were talking about the connection between 3D digitization and the data space for cultural heritage, and also the connection to other data spaces within Europe. I was wondering if you already have in mind what other data spaces, for instance, would have a great opportunity to connect with the data space for cultural heritage. Which ones should we be looking to, or is this more of a mesh of integrating with all data spaces that exist?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting, a very useful question, because in my unit, we also support the data space for tourism. And obviously, tourism and cultural heritage are very much linked. So we have two projects that are preparing a blueprint for the data space for tourism. And some of the cultural heritage that are part of this initiative are also being interviewed in order to prepare this blueprint. So for me, there are obvious links as to how we can better valorize what has been digitized in the data space for cultural heritage and the tourism database. How can you inspire future visitors through those 3D models? How can you link cultural heritage sites to their plans? How can you make link between cultural heritage sites and other kind of touristic services? So there are obvious links, and I only see win-win for both communities there.
Thank you. I have one more question that came in online through Zoom, and thank you for asking this. This is maybe a bit more of a technical question, so we'll see how far we get. The question is that for modern buildings, there should be 3D models already. Do you know of any initiatives that aid in converting these already digitized monuments to a common and, most importantly, preservable standard rather than scanning it? And I think that maybe here the connection to other data spaces where they have done some of this work already might be relevant.
Yeah, indeed. There are. I'm not sure if I can answer precisely this question, but indeed there are a number of data spaces. There are a number of standards that are already community-led. BIM is one of them used. So the idea is also to see what are the most used standards that we can further promote. And I think that is going to be one of the work also as part of the progression of standards that we are using in the data space, because one of the work is how do we evolve the frameworks that are currently in place, and that will also include all the relevant standards here in relation to digitization.
Great, thank you so much, Rihanna, for joining us online. I hope you stay online to enjoy some of the other talks we'll have today. And I hope the weather in Luxembourg is as good as it is here, because we have amazing Swedish weather. I was prepared for snow and blizzards, but that I think is my preconception of what Sweden is like. We'll move on to our next speaker, which is Joachim Malmström. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He's National Antiquarian and the Director General for the Swedish National Heritage Board. Joachim, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Swedish National Heritage Board, it is my great honor to welcome you to the warm and sunny Sweden, both physically and of course online as well, and express how happy I am to be part of hosting this conference. It is a great opportunity to come together, discuss important matters, and build relationships. As individuals working in the cultural heritage field, we understand the significance of our work. Unfortunately, in society, its importance isn't fully realized only but when we face the most sinister of realities. For instance, when bombs began falling over Ukraine in February last year, a frantic effort to preserve all heritage that could be saved was initiated. And sites and monuments are 3D documented in a pace like never before. I've spoken to a lot of colleagues in Ukraine and come to understand the very harsh reality in which they work and operate, and also how fragile our cultural heritage is. The rise of technology, and especially 3D technology, has proven to be extremely useful in saving the knowledge of our heritage and making it possible to study even when it is no longer physically present. It is also possible to use the results within both traditional heritage work, such as utilizing VR and giving more holistic perspectives on collections, but it can also be used in totally new and unexpected ways. Within the National Heritage Board, we have worked together with companies driven by innovative ideas on how cultural heritage can be used in collaboration between businesses and cultural heritage institutions. 2 years ago, the National Heritage Board made a 3D model of the medieval castle, very famous medieval castle Glimmingehus, that has been extensively used by schools around the entire country. And as a matter of fact, even though there are no restrictions from the pandemic in effect, the number of digital visitors keep growing. From the Swedish National Heritage Board point of view, we want to step forward and drive the digital transformation and collectively take action within the cultural heritage sector. We have made this one of our top priorities for the past 2 years and looking on into the future. And for instance, this year, in close collaboration with the major national museums in Sweden, we have launched a project aimed at developing skills that will be very helpful in the digital transformation of the entire museum sector in Sweden, which is generously funded by the European Social Fund. It has 3 levels, building basic digital skills for all museum employees, specialist trainings for professionals in areas such as collection management and digitisation, and also, very important, to strengthen leadership within the digital transformation. Very exciting project that we have launched. And we aim to make this the first of many steps and are eager to further develop our contribution to the European digital heritage. Within the digital world, traditional geographical or political boundaries does not exist and grants new opportunities for collaboration. And the technology available today offers almost unlimited possibilities. But I think it's essential to have a sustainable and a long-term vision to ensure its effective use. We need to ask ourselves what relevance our work has today and in the future, and how we can ensure accessibility and relevance for upcoming generations. It is important to ensure that the work that we are doing today will be useful in the future and that it can be easily found, accessed, and shared across multiple platforms. And I think by collaborating across borders, we can work together to ensure that our cultural heritage is preserved and made available for future generations to appreciate and learn from. I'm honored to be here today in the presence of individuals that share our passion for cultural heritage, and I hope that this conference will be a good opportunity to learn from one another and build lasting relationships and pave way for an even brighter future for our common heritage. Thank you for participating, and again, a warm welcome to sunny Sweden.
Thank you so much, Joachim. Sunny Sweden, indeed. There was one short question I wanted to ask you. You can sit down or come back to the stage if you'd like. Rehana posed this question for us, basically, that we have to start somewhere when digitizing. You already gave the example of some digitization of important heritage sites that you did a few years ago. Do you have in mind what the next place would be that you would love to have digitized? Would it be this very modern building or an old heritage site? What for you is the next building that we really need to have in 3D?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think it should be posted together with the entire museum sector. These are some of the topics that we are discussing now, especially in light of the destruction of cultural heritage in Ukraine. What sites in Sweden do we need to focus our attention to when it comes to 3D modeling? Vasa Museum, of course, for instance, but there are a lot of important places that we need to focus on. I think we have to discuss this collectively within the sector to decide where to focus our priorities first. So I'll leave it at that for the sector together to decide on.
I'll remember the Vasa Museum mostly. And maybe the same question can be posed in a bit to the next speaker, who is Ann Follin. Ann Follin is director of the National Museums of World Culture, which consists of 4 museums, not just the Museum of Ethnography, which we're in today, but also the Museum of Mediterranean and Near Eastern Antiquities, the Museum of Far Eastern Antiquities, and the Museum of World Culture in Gothenburg. So you have a big view of cultural heritage in Sweden. Ann Follin, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. And a huge collection, I would say. I would also like to say welcome to both the National Museums of World Culture, but also to specifically this museum, Museum of Ethnography. We're so happy to host this conference. And a few words to connect to the topic of today's conference. We are working through many of the same challenges as European museum and cultural institutions face when they're working with 3D digitalization, capturing data across a range of cultural material, diverse in form, scale, and texture, efficiently scaling 3D digitalization, storing, managing, and sharing the resulting data, following fair data management principles, and making 3D digital content available to visitors in ways that enrich these encounters. Along with 2 other Swedish cultural institutions, ArcDes and the National Swedish Museums of Military History, and our partner at the Swedish National Heritage Board, we are looking forward to accelerating this work over the coming years as a testbed for a digital upskilling program designed to create better conditions to activate, co-create, and to help users explore our collections digitally. As Museum of World Culture, we are particularly excited about the potential of 3D digitalization to develop both new and existing relationships with the global communities from which the museum's collections are sourced. 3D digital content has the potential to bridge both geographical and institutional distances between the collection that we care for here in Sweden and a variety of users and the descendant cultural communities around the world. And to be honest, the main part of our visitors and stakeholders will probably never be able to come and visit us physically, in person, only online. And that is a reality that makes the work of providing high-quality digital content even more important. 3D modeling facilitates and help international collaboration to identify items that have been fragmented, destroyed, as we heard, in time of war, not least, and are subject also to illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. Within a framework in which World Culture Museum and Ethnographic Museum seek to decolonize their working practices through co-creation and shared stewardship of collections. We are mindful of the need for ethical cautiousness around the digitalization of culturally sensitive objects. In some cases, tensions exist between copyright frameworks, the requirement to make collections research publicly available, and cultural codes specific to individual source communities surrounding how and with whom culturally and spiritually sensitive knowledge should be shared. As we seek to make digital versions of museum collections more widely spread and available, we must be very careful to navigate such tensions in an ethical and respectful manner. Another use of 3Ds are in that become maybe more relevant is when returning objects to countries of origin, and is to enable the institutions to keep a digital copy if the source communities allows that. As an organization with culture stakeholders around the world, we must also be mindful of the limitation of technology in the developing countries and aim to digitally meet people through locally available technologies. Right now, we are putting the final touches to a new exhibition called We Are CEGIC. This is part of the Creative Europe project Taking Care. And members from the CEGIC Taiwanese indigenous group and a team from our museum have created an innovation exhibition and an upcoming digital platform. Using new technology, this exhibition shows how museum collection can be highly relevant and used to both return, reuse, regain, and recreate knowledge at risk of being lost. And our curatorial team, they are ready and eager to give you a preview later this afternoon. So I would just say that we are extremely proud to be hosting this conference, and we're also looking forward for everything to learn and to get inspired by from those brilliant speakers that are at the list. So thank you. Welcome to our museum.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I am hearing myself, but not anymore now. Great. I'm very curious to learn more about the We Are CEGIC exhibition later today. Next in our row of introductions, we have Eva Stengård, who has a storied history of digital cultural heritage in Sweden. She is the special advisor to the Ministry of Culture, and she represents Sweden in the European Commission Expert Group, CHE. Eva, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. 3D, suddenly it's on everybody's lips. And also in the focus of the latest recommendation from the European Commission. And I'm sure that for many of us, the fire in Notre Dame was a wake-up call, reminding us of the need of good documentation of cultural heritage, and also in the aftermath of the fire, not the least, highlighting the role 3D can have in restoration of the event of a sudden disaster. But also, as we heard from Rihanna, the need to document cultural heritage at risk from being lost forever, for instances as a result of the climate changes. Another more grim and recent reminder is, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine. As you will hear later today, the potential use of 3D objects goes beyond the documentation of and extend to research, education, research, reuse, for instance, the gaming industries and more. And as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the cultural heritage institutions have in earnest begun to explore the possibilities of different digital programs and services, among them 3D applications and how they can attract new audiences or provide access to cultural heritage difficult or maybe impossible to access in person. But many questions arise on formats, gear, and software, and when starting a 3D project. A lot of decisions must be made that will impact the final quality, and also, not to mention, the costs. And these decisions have always been relevant in the digitization project, but are perhaps even more so in 3D projects. So, learning from the experiences of others is, as always, a good way to start. And I must say these regular Europeana conferences are an excellent way to be inspired, exchange good practices, build competencies, and extend our professional networks. And with those few words, I'd like to yield the floor to Harry Verwegen from the Europeana Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. And thank you for partly doing my work for me. Last but very much not least, in our row of welcomes today is Harry Verwaayen. He's the Director General of Europeana, and he wears the Ring of Vikings. Harry, go ahead.
And this should be much better. Yes, thank you. There we go. This works as well. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to start with thanking the Ministry, the Swedish Heritage Board, and not in the least, the Museum of Ethnography for hosting us so kindly. It's a great privilege to be here in Stockholm today, in such an eminent presence, and both here physically and online today. Yes. To start this welcome and to kick you off for today, I'd like to say a few things about 3D. And I'd like to zoom in on one question that I get asked all the time by the people who are working in our network. Okay, 3D. I can sort of understand that that's relevant, but how is that relevant to me as a librarian, as an archivist, who perhaps do not have much 3D material to share? Tell us a bit about that. And while you're at it, perhaps you can also tell us a bit about the relationship between Europeana and this data space story. So let me toggle you back to 2005. In 2005, we had an antagonist in the form of Google. I don't know if you still remember. I know the ministry does, because you were here at the time. Google proposed to digitize everything that we had here in Europe at no cost. We'd make it available on their servers, and there was just this little catch. All of our cultural heritage would be in the hands of one private entity. And the European Commission at the time stepped in and decided that this was way too important. If this thing works. Can somebody? It is. Yes. It did work a minute ago. Is there something you can do over there to flip it? There you go. Right. I'm going to rely on you tomorrow. The European Commission and the sector, the community, stepped in and said, this is something that we want to at least co-own. We want to be organizing this ourselves on the basis of certain principles and values that we hold dear. Values like sovereignty, open principles that have been referred to before, and interoperability. This material needs to become available for everyone, for enjoyment, for commercial repurposes, and so forth. And so it happened that between 2008 and 2022, next slide please, Tamara, we've been able to work with the sector, with 4,000 museums, libraries, archives in Europe, to aggregate 56 million and some objects. We've created the largest database of cultural heritage objects in Europe together, based on interoperable and open principles. I think that's an achievement, and we can be proud of that. Next slide, please. We've been working through the relationships that we have, amongst others, the Swedish National Heritage Board, SOC, the aggregator of Swedish cultural heritage material through Europeana. And it is through those partnerships that we've been able to grow this network and this ecosystem of organizations that make this material available, and we're greatly thankful for that. And have the next slide. I'll show you how fantastic a partner Sweden is to the Europeana endeavor. We've got 4.5 million objects relating to Sweden and from Sweden in the database. And we've been able to intermix that with other material related to Sweden, but coming from other institutions across Europe. So that creates a very rich palette of heritage. The quality of the material, tier 4, is the highest kind of quality that we have in Europeana. It's both technical quality is high, and it's also as open as it can be. Sweden is one of the leading countries in Europe. In the next slide, you'll see that it's also a protagonist of open. 71%, almost 3/4 of the material you've provided to Europe and to the world is reusable. And that, I think, is a very, very important component of the work that we've been doing. And this, of course, is the Museum of Ethnography. I've shown a quick slide. 268,000 objects from your museum are also part of the Europeana database, and that's fantastic. Next slide, please. Actually, before I get into this is going to go deeper. I'd like to come back to the reference to that illustrious night last night. I've been bestowed with a great honor. I've been given a Viking ring by the Swedish National Heritage Board. And I understand that this is a little bit of play, but also a renewment of our alliance to continue this fantastic work in the future and get more Swedish material into Europeana and the connection. Am I right? Of course, great. I'll wear this with great pride. So why did we bring all this material together? I think it's important to also spend some time on that as well. So we've been able to make that data available through a variety of APIs, which are accessible for everyone, websites, social media, and so forth, so that we can reach researchers, creatives, educators, and so forth. And I'll give you a few examples. In the next slide, you'll see something that I... Can I have the next slide, please, Tamara? Yeah. Oh, sorry, next slide. This one is just the website. This is an example, a small example, petite histoire, they call that in France, of where we can make interconnections and where cultural heritage really relates to identity. So what you see here is a drawing from a relatively famous artist from Sweden, Gustav Brandelius, who happens to be the great-great-grandfather of a woman called Stephanie, who got in touch with us via Instagram and found out that material from her father, artworks from her father, are available in Europeana. And she shares this on her Instagram account, is very pleased with the fact that her personal history is also part of the European history. And I think it's these little things that make me happy and proud to be working in this environment. It's not always about big companies and unicorns. It's about these kinds of stories that make us happy. So it's about common people that have access to this material. In the next slide, you'll see that Europeana is also seen by graphical artists, very often smaller organizations, 1 or 2 people, who use Europeana because we have a very large amount of copyright-free material that they can freely reuse in their artworks. You see that in the next slide, educators use our material. In this case, an art teacher in Catalonia who's been using our database to work with their students. And also in the next slide, Tamara, researchers like this one from Belgium who've been using our APIs to create collages that she uses for her research on in the digital humanities. So this is just to give you an impression of the kinds of things that we can do if we join up forces, make our material available in interoperable formats and openly. So, where does that leave us? In the next slide, Europeana is more than a database, we're a community. That means that in the next slide, we are able to address the things and the themes that are relevant to us today. That includes things like climate action. We have a responsibility there and a role to play. That includes things like AI. Very much a hot topic at the moment. How does that relate to our sector? That's the kinds of things that we need to address together. In the next slide, yes, you'll see how we see ourselves as part of this data space that you may have been hearing of. We see the data space as a great opportunity. It's a term from computer sciences. It's a method to make data sharing interoperable across Europe, to support a digital single market. It builds on Europeana, but it's an expansion of the work we do. That's how we like to see the data space. So it allows us in the next version, Tamara, to deal with other types of data that we may not have been able to work with before. It will allow us to think about what kind of other services we can make available that are relevant to the digital cultural heritage sector of the future, but are not yet part of our palette. And ultimately, we need to start thinking hard and fast about new methods of making data available in virtual environments, such as the metaverse. And that is, Jolan, where 3D comes in, right? So I'd like to leave it at this. I hope you have a very inspiring and useful day. This is complicated matter, but I'm sure that we're in the right setting here to be able to deal with this. So thank you, and Jolan, I'll be handing back to you.
Lovely, thank you so much. Thanks again, Harry. Now we can, after all of these welcomes, these introductions by people, and thank you to everyone who has spoken this morning, we'll indulge in another part of important Swedish cultural heritage, which is the fika. So I invite all of you in the room next to this one, called Matmeka, to have our little fika break. To the people online, we'll be having a break for about 15 minutes. We'll reconvene here at 10:05, where we'll see some interesting use cases of cultural heritage and 3D. Thank you, and see you at 10:05.
A workday can be long, exhausting, and sometimes even downright dull. But fortunately, for Swedes, there is always a small little holiday coming up, at least twice a day, every day. Fika comes in many forms, from a cup of coffee and a dammsugare outside in the spring sun, to a kanelbulle when you're shopping for car parts at Biltema, to the everyday micro breaks with a massarin when discussing a project. But most sacred is the fika stund at 9:30 and 14:30 when you meet colleagues over småkakor in the fikarum. All in all, fika is much more than a coffee break. It's a necessity of life.
I hope you enjoyed your fika. It smells amazing when you step outside. It's this waft of cinnamon rolls, so that's great. The first fika of a few, so if you didn't get your fika fix, there will be more later today. So welcome back. Thanks everyone for being here again. If you're just joining us online, thank you for being online. I also want to mention that we are recording this meeting. Just for your knowledge, it should have also said so in a pop-up when you entered the Zoom chat. Again, it would be great if you could use your first and last name in Zoom so that when you ask questions, we know who asked the question and we can mention you here live today. So now we'll be talking a bit more in depth on 3D, why it matters, why it's important. We'll start with a short introduction by Valentin, who is Data Services Director at Europeana. You've been working there since 2009, so she has deep knowledge and expertise. Valentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yolan. Good morning, everyone. So, now time to get into the deep of the program. So we are starting. So when we prepared the program for this event, so we knew we wanted to talk about 3D, and we didn't want to do it just for the sake of it. So the idea was indeed to explain why 3D matters, and I think you have already heard a lot about this today with some practical, concrete examples that shows why it's important to accelerate on 3D digitization. But we also wanted to show you what opportunities it provides, and in this regard, the Europeana, as the stewards of the common European data space for cultural heritage, is there to support you in this effort. So, what are the key messages when it comes to working on 3D? So, first, 3D. Okay. 3D really challenges the way we think about access, and this is where it provides opportunity to think about how we can reach audiences in a new way, but also new type of audiences, both online, but also in the physical environment, because you will see today 3D can be used in a physical environment, like in an exhibition, in a museum. So there are many new use cases that can be used with 3D. And of course, so we will show you today some example of this, and also showing you how, in this case, training and capacity building around 3D is important to make sure that we provide access to those new type of material. Then it's about preservation. So 3D allows the conservation of heritage assets in a non-destructive way, and this is the key message is to respond to the threats that have been mentioned today, whether it's climate changes, conflicts, also human errors. I mean, in the case of Notre Dame, some people are still wondering whether human factor and the way we take care of our cultural heritage was not part of the issue as well. So this is preservation. So of course today a lot of presentation are going to speak about how you should digitize monuments and how you should perform 3D digitization, what kind of metadata you should create together with this content, because the objective is indeed to preserve those monuments. And we will also show you that in fact the diversity of the 3D that we have in mind is quite diverse. So it's about monument and site, as many examples have been mentioned today, but it can be also smaller objects, museum objects. So this is what we will also show you today. And then the last aspect is reuse. 3D can enhance reuse through new innovative and creative experiences, and it also allows the cultural heritage sector to collaborate with more diverse actors. So it was mentioned today, collaborating with other data spaces around tourism, for example. Education is also a sector that where 3D can be an element of collaboration, but also other sectors such as industry. 3D is used in other sectors like architecture, civil engineering. So 3D also offers new opportunities for slightly different collaboration that can be interesting. So today we will also have some examples on reuse in different sectors. And also what we wanted to leave you with was not only inspiration, but also some practical knowledge. So today you will have also sessions that will dive in even further into 3D, making you familiar with the words that are used when you speak about 3D, some technical elements, so that at the end of the day you can live with all the key at hand and start working. So I hope you will enjoy the program we built for you, that it will leave you inspired, but also that you will see the opportunities that are offered to you, and that you will feel ready at the end of the day to engage with 3D activities and start the work with us, also together. So yeah, enjoy. Thank you.
Valentine, as you said, a few practical implementations of 3D is exactly what we'll see. I think we've had a lot of inspiration in the introduction about why 3D matters. I think it would be really great to kind of dive a bit deeper into how have people worked on 3D, what are some really good examples and use cases. So we will have a few online presentations that have been pre-recorded, but as I understand it, the speakers are also online in Zoom. So if you have any questions, either in the room or online, please raise your physical hand or put the question in chat. And after the recording has finished, we can engage with the speakers and ask them all of the important questions that we have for them. We'll start with a presentation by Alberto Sanchez Vizcaino. His topic is on 3D for the visually impaired. Alberto is professor in prehistory at the Historical Heritage Department of the University of Jaén in Spain, and he's also deputy director of the University Research Institute for Iberian Archaeology. So he is embedded physically and metaphorically in archaeology, mostly in Spain. Before we start the recording, I need to also make sure that you know that this work that he's presenting isn't something he did alone. He did this in a research group and has mostly had the support of Dr. Carmen Rueda and Dr. Ana Herans. They aren't speakers, but I think it was important to mention their contribution and their work in this project. So, Alberto, I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Good morning. First of all, we'd like to thank Europeana and the organizers of this event for their kind invitation to participate in this conference. I'd also like to share the authorship of this presentation with my colleagues Carmen Rueda and Ana Herranz. The proposal that I show you here is the result of teamwork within the framework of the European project 5D Culture, deploying and demonstrating a 3D cultural heritage space. The aim of this project is the identification and recovery of a set of 3D models belonging to the field of fashion, archaeology and architecture. This high-quality 3D content will fit into the development of several reuse scenarios in the domain of fashion collections, archaeological 3D contents, as well as historic buildings and cityscapes. University Research Institute for Iberian Archaeology participates in the archaeological scenario with an inclusive line of work focused on the reuse of 3D models in the educational context, designing various activities for different educational levels. Our models belong to the culture of the Iberians. They are available in Europeana and they were made in the framework of the European project's 3D icons. The Iberians are one of the most relevant and representative people of the Iron Age in the peninsula between the 6th and 1st century BC, and they were living in the western part of the peninsula. They are a key people to understand the history of the Iberian Peninsula and the Western Mediterranean during the first millennium BC. Specifically, 60 3D models from some of the most representative Iberian archaeological sites of the province of Jaén have been selected to update them in Europeana and to prepare diverse educational events. In general, we would like students and people with impairments to receive a more complete historical, inclusive and diverse information and education on archaeological heritage and on the Iberians. In this slide, I show you some of the 3D models as they can be seen in Europeana, and in this case they are a sculpture from the two of the most important Iberian sites in Spain, Cerrillo Blanco and El Pajarillo. In this other slide, you can see the 3D models of 4 stone X-boats made using photogrammetry. It's necessary to remark that all the 3D models are being evaluated and reprocessed in a format suitable for reuse in each of the selected educational contexts: elementary, high school, university, and for people with impairments. Among students and the people with impairments, 2 groups are of special interest to facilitate their inclusion in the field of archaeological heritage: people with visual impairments and young children, specifically students between 6 and 8 years old. For both cases, we have prepared a proposal that we hope to develop, improve, or modify throughout the development of the project 5D Culture. The final step will be the organization of educational events where the value of the 3D models can be put into practice. To reach this final phase and taking into account the set of models available, the work process to obtain and to test a group of 3D models for people with visual impairments would be as follows. First, classification of the models in different categories to show a complete image of the evidence. These categories include types of materials, gender, organic character, or functionality. Through them, we intend to explain aspects of the life of the evidence, such as religion, ritual, death, society, gender, clothes, work, or daily life. Second, the selection of the best type of raw material for 3D model printing, considering special properties that allow a better perception: roughness, hardness, and stickiness. And third, modification of the size according to the selected object and its complexity. These 3 steps will allow the printing of the best and most suitable 3D models. And to complete the learning process, an audio file with a brief explanation will be provided with each model. Throughout this approach, it's important to note that we do not like to limit ourselves to individual pieces, but rather explain complex stories and scenarios using a group of 3D models. Considering this general schema of work in our proposal, the classification of the most interesting and potentially printable model for people with visual impairments would be the following. In the category of animate or organic world, we have distinguished between humans and animals. Within humans, in turn, adult and children or young people, both male and female, could be identified. For the group of animals, it would be useful to be able to differentiate between fantastic, wild, and domestic animals. Once the main characteristics of these individualized objects have been identified, the goal of our proposal would be to proceed to the identification of the meaning of set of models where more complex stories are told. In the lower part of this slide, you can see 2 examples of 3D models that recount the heroic fights of Iberian aristocrats against a griffin or against a wolf. In the case of the fight against the griffin, I show you the first test of printing the 3D model with a size reduced to 15%. It's very likely that both the size and the type of filament will have to be modified. In the inorganic or inanimate world category, we have differentiated between burial boxes, ceramic, and a third group, not yet well-defined, made up of models of coins, ornaments, or weapons. In this category, in addition to the individual recognition of objects, 3D printing makes it possible to highlight the decorative motif present in each object, either in the form of embossed or painted decoration. In this way, the story that is told in each object, of especial relevance to understand the world of the Iberians, could be explained. Naturally, the proposal that we present has searched for references and examples of works in the same line. These would be the cases of the spaces and materials adapted for blind people in the National Archaeological Museum in Madrid or in the University Museum of Alicante. In both cases, as in other museums, inclusions and universal accessibility have become one of their priorities. Equally important is the help and advice that we hope to get from ONCE, the main Spanish association for blind people. We hope to obtain the necessary collaboration to refine the selection of models and verify their effectiveness. We'd also like to mention, as a part of our projects, the role played by 3D models in the field of the inclusion of children in the archaeological heritage. In this case, we start from a schema similar to the one explained above, although adapted to this category, children between 6 and 8 years old. Unlike the case of visual impairment, we already have experience in this field through workshops already carried out. In these workshops, 3D models of bronze expots and copies made of ceramics have been used. Finally, we would like to highlight the potential of 3D model as an inclusive tool for people with autism. In this sense, some experiences have already been put into practice in some Spanish museums using images and symbols. In our case, we'd like to explore the effect of 3D model on this group of people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alberto. Yes, thank you so much, Alberto. I am in awe of this crossroads that you work on between inclusivity and 3D digitization. It's really great to see how this can help people with visual impairments, even people on the autism spectrum. I think this is great research you're doing. I think we have time for one question before we move on. Are there any questions from the crowd here currently? Otherwise, I have one for you, Alberto. It's really interesting to see this research. As I understand it, currently you're working on a small subset of 3D models or models that you want to digitize. Do you have in your mind any way that this can be scaled up, or is this really something that has to stay in a small kind of curated space? Could this be scaled up to hundreds of items, or do you think this isn't possible?
Sorry, I don't hear clearly your answer. Please, can you repeat?
Yes, sure. So the question is if you see any possibility in scaling up your digitization efforts to a larger set of models, or if this needs to stay a small curated data set.
I think for the moment, we are focused on a small collection of 3D models, because this way we could discover what type of problems, what type of inconvenience we can find in this group. Once we have a clear idea what is most important for people with visual impairments, we could include more models following a line more clear according to the best selection of 3D models.
Great, thank you so much for that intervention, Alberto, and thank you for joining us online as well. We'll move on to our next pre-recorded presentation, which is by Franco Nicolucci. Franco is the Director of Vast Lab Research in Prato, Italy. His presentation is on something that has been mentioned a few times already. The tragic war in Ukraine that is going on now is the center of his research in the 4CH project and the SUM initiative. Franco, we will listen to your presentation.
Good morning. I am Franco Nicolucci, Chief Technology Officer of the
Okay, can you?
And this morning I'm here to
Can you hear me?
present the Save Ukrainian Monuments initiative by the project. 4CH is a project designed to designing a European Competence Center for the preservation of monuments and sites in Europe, and it is developing digital tools such as 3D models, documentation and conservation of monuments, and evaluating threats and forecasting hazards. It is also creating a network of national nodes. As you remember, 1 year ago, on the 24th of February 2022, Ukraine was invaded by Russia. War in Europe was not in our threat list. Probably it was in no one's threat list. And there was no time to take preventive actions to safeguard heritage. On this regard, documentation is of paramount importance for restoration and reconstruction, and in the worst case, to witness lost assets. During the war, there was, of course, little way of intervening on site to produce new documentation. So the only possible action was to save digital heritage documentation stored locally from destruction, especially images and 3D models. And we also called others to support this activity, among others, the Polish Academy of Science, Visual Dimension, a small company, which is also a 4CH partner, Carrare, the well-known network addressing digital archaeology and documentation, the University of Vilnius, and others as well. How did it work? Users from initially Ukraine were asked to contact us by email and after receiving a username and a password to enter the system. Such users were contacted by mouthword. So initial contact contacted others and so on. The data sets were uploaded to an INFN server in Florence using a web user interface or other tools to carry out the upload and transferred to the INFN Center server at CNAF in Bologna after checking the content of the uploads. We prepared also user manuals available in English and Ukrainian, and you can see here the cover of the Ukrainian manual. And of course, files were kept ready to return them to the owner when the danger situation would be over. The map shows the data provenance. Main cities are evidenced with the red circle, and they are mainly Kyiv, Odessa, and Lviv. And other smaller cities are represented by blue circles. To develop and to carry out the project, we have contact with Ukrainian authorities. You can see here a screenshot of one of these meetings. You can notice myself, a colleague from 4CH and other two colleagues collaborating, and other professionals from the Ukrainian cultural heritage community and the deputy minister for innovation. The initiative was very well supported by the EU Commission, and you can see a screenshot of the page published on the EU website. And below the table reports the results. We had about 100 terabytes available. Some 80 were used during the upload. By the way, the upload is still continuing today, but there is not much more to upload now. And we have received about little more than 250,000 files involving 18 institutions. On the project website, there is more documentation and reporting more information, and we also produced 2 short videos which are published on Vimeo at these addresses. What will happen next? Files are kept ready to be returned to the owner when the situation will be calmer and the peace will come again. We also have plans to train European professionals in making 3D models of cultural heritage with different technologies, installing the digital documentation in a findable and accessible way, so to get fair files and repositories, using 3D models to plan and implement restoration and/or reconstruction, and then eventually using 3D for communication and education. So there are plans to carry out this kind of training, of course with the support of the European Commission. The images show the situation. On the left you see the statue of the Duke of Richelieu in Odessa, and on the right here there is a 3D model of the current situation of this statue covered by protective sandbags against the bombing of the town. Which lessons have we learned? First of all, that documenting heritage in 3D is an important way of preserving it. Disasters come always unexpected, as the war in Ukraine has shown, but also the war on terrorism in Syria and the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. The earthquake has destroyed, for example, the Roman fort, which most probably was not documented in 3D. So it could be a good idea to create a task force to assist in saving the digital documentation, or to create it from scratch when it does not exist. I would like to call it the digital monuments theme, remembering the monuments men who in the Second World War saved European heritage from Nazi looting and war destruction. To do this, if the documentation is not existing, 3D processing software, which is largely available, should be used relying on images by different sources, documentation images or tourist images or something taken from the internet. A notable recent example concerns Palmyra, where images have been used to create 3D models and the virtual reconstruction of the destroyed monuments by the Taliban. However, a similar work was done 20 years ago by Professor Grün and his team at the Polytechnic of Zurich to digitally reconstruct the great Buddha of Bamiyan destroyed by Taliban. They used some technical images and photos, but also some tourist photos. And today, the digital technology has much progressed in this kind of operation that is reconstructing 3D models from diverse 2D sources. Thank you for your attention, and here you have my email address and the website of the project if you want to know more about it. about sun and about 4th.
Thank you so much, Franco, for this deeply important work. I find it very interesting, and it's just great that this is a community effort that has started up instead of a top-down project. So thank you for sharing that with us. I will move us on to our next presentation by Mike Ferguson. Mike is co-founder and CEO of Viospatia AB, which is a 3D metrology startup company based in Visby, right here in Sweden. So he has a lot of expertise when it comes to 3D in Sweden. I'm looking forward to his talk as well. So Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope this works now. So I'm going to present a project that I'm part of called Ancient Images 2.0. It's based at Stockholm University, and as project partners we have Gotland's Museum in Visby and of course the National Heritage Board. And myself working on the digitization aspect of this project. And what we're doing is digitizing the picture stones on Gotland, which are a collection of monuments dating from 400 to around 1100 AD. So essentially, they are one of the only contemporary sources of basically Viking and these periods culture that actually depict art, ships, clothing, and mythology. And of course, we move into runestones in the later Viking period. So I'll give you a brief overview of how has it been documented in the past. So we have a lot of sketches, tracings, and rubbings from the last few hundred years. And of course, these are preserved, but in a way they are all inherently biased. This, for example, was about 100 years ago, a tracing, and you see lots of details in this carving. And today, after 100 years or more, they have weathered quite much. They're made of limestone, which of course rain affects greatly, especially acid rain, basically eating away the lime. So we have more or less, how do we preserve these as best we can today? So we decided on photogrammetry. For me, 3D is a great, was that mine? Yeah, it's in my pocket. I'll try not to move too much. So laser scanning would have been basically impossible. And besides, I think that color is one of the most important parts of 3D. That conservators would like to get the real color data per vertex or polygon. So I developed, in partnership with a Swiss camera company called Alpa, a 150 megapixel camera specifically for photogrammetry. More or less, my goal was the highest possible accuracy to preserve these artifacts and monuments for as long as we can. So I have a short film of, I hope there's no sound because it's maybe a bit loud in places, but there are, at the start of the project, there were 570 odd stones and fragments, and now by the end, there are 650 roughly. So the digitization took part in museum storages, in museums on display, in the Historical Museum here in Stockholm, and also in Visby, in the field. Built into churches. Many of the stones have been reused, so many of them are in farmers' fields, in church ruins. It's quite a complex bit of digitization. Many are loose, or built into different places and positions in churches, like steps. So as you can imagine, as the front step of a church, they're usually quite weathered. Oh, Yeah, great. So this is actually in a church. Those beams are original, almost 1,000 years old. Many of them have been destroyed actually when they installed electricity in the church attics. And so preserving them as best we can is really, really important. And making them accessible to people, because many many people can't actually go into these churches as well. So the goal of the project is to make all of these available for the public in a digital database. And so all the 3D models will be publicly available. Now, one issue is the historic documentation of these by Sune Lindqvist in the first half of the 1900s. He essentially interpreted all of the carvings. So all of these carvings on the stone have more or less been interpreted by a few men, and they've been painted to reflect that. So all current research is based on images of painted surfaces. And in many cases we can see, for example, this is a human sacrifice scene. But if you actually look at the 3D model, it's very faint, it's very difficult to see. So we don't know. Maybe 100 years ago it was much more visible, but today it's very difficult to see, okay, is this actually a scene? There are cases where he didn't paint very much, but we can see on the 3D model, I don't know if you can see men with beards and mouths and noses here. It's quite faintly carved, so it's difficult to bring it out. But then again, they're painted not as we can see in the 3D model. So I think it's really important to give this data to people and remove the bias of these men from 100 years ago who interpreted all of these drawings. For example, this is a stone on display in the Historical Museum. Before, this animal figure was interpreted as some strange animal, and then it was reinterpreted as a horse with a rider. And we can see in the 3D model, it's actually a very strange dragon-like creature. We're not really sure what it is, mythological type of creature. Maybe a hippocamp, Roman, Greek, Greco-Roman figure. And also to confirm new interpretations, as some thought maybe there was a snake on this stone, and others thought it was a warrior with a sword and shield, and a woman with a drinking horn. And we can see actually on the 3D model that later interpretation is probably correct. We're playing with lots of different ways of visualizing the 3D data. And I think this is a very famous stone on the side of a church in Bro on Gotland, about 10 minutes outside of Visby. And actually, I never before noticed there's actually a horse just in the top right corner of this stone. And people have been walking by and looking at it for a very long time. You can see, I don't know if there's a laser pointer on this, but yeah, so these are the legs, and you have the head here. And it actually might have horns, so it might actually not be a horse, but there are a couple of legs here. So there is some sort of animal figure that's not been seen before, or painted by Sune Lindqvist and his contemporaries. So this is also another one where this stone was lost for about 60 years, and it was rediscovered as part of the project, and it's actually one of the most well-preserved stones because it was lost in storage in a museum. So we have a warrior figure with highly detailed belt, and this is maybe 5 millimeters, this belt area. So relatively small and highly detailed carvings, which on the stones outside have been weathered to next to nothing left. So I wish we could have scanned them 100 years ago, but we're doing the best we can now. And a topic that came up before was accurate scaling, and for me is the most important part. So we actually developed scale bars with the National Heritage Board support to basically have the highest possible accuracy we can have in scaling, and with our camera setup, which is a 150 megapixel camera. So we've generated about 40 terabytes of data. And my question that I would like to pose is, how do we store all of this data if we are digitizing so much now, and the goals are to digitize as much as we can? Where will we store it? Who will fund it? And how will we preserve it long term for everyone? Thank you. Actually, I had a couple more. This was another one that yeah, this is basically the Yggdrasil of the World Tree, which was standing alone on a stone, and we actually found there were a number of figures on either side, so kind of exciting stuff that we haven't done. But thank you.
Thanks again, Mike. I'm glad that you can see what is on those those pictures, because
we're working on it, making it better.
Great. I take your questions with me throughout the day. I hope that we may find at least some ideas or answers to how do we store all of this data, how do we preserve it, do this sustainably as well with climate change, the green transition. We want to make sure that we're not putting all of this data in servers that are just running forever and creating a lot of CO2. So I think these are very important topics to look at. Maybe some of those questions will be answered in the next panel, where I will invite Valentin back onto the stage together with Caterina Mutogiani. Caterina is a policy officer for DigiConnect, and both of them will have a bit of a discussion on some of the questions we have raised today. Thank you both for being here. Wonderful. So let's have a bit of a talk, shall we? The main feeling that I've got throughout this day, of course, 3D, it's important, we need to digitize it. To me, it really feels like there is some sense of urgency behind this as well. We heard, of course, the war in Ukraine. There is a very real urgency, but from the Commission and from DigiConnect as well, there is this drive, this push to digitize now. We heard it from Rehanna as well, start somewhere. So my first question would be for you, Caterina. Where does this sense of urgency come from, and how does this translate in the recommendation that you've written up?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much. I'm very, very pleased to be here, and I think this is a very important event, which hopefully marks the beginning of a number of events under the future Council presidencies. So it's really important for us. Of course, I'd like to thank Europeana Foundation and the Swedish Ministry of Culture and Swedish Heritage Board and the Museum for hosting this. So I think I would say that the discussion on 3D and the urgency to digitize and document in order to preserve goes back a number of years. It's not new. And I would also, for example, I'm thinking of the fire in Notre Dame back in 2019, which, well, it happened just 6 days after the, 27 EU countries signed a joint declaration of cooperation for advancing 3D digitization of cultural heritage and agreed to collaborate and step up efforts together under the pillar of a pan-European initiative on 3D digitization of cultural heritage. So for us, this marked again, and it was an important achievement, I would say, because it showed the interest and the commitment of member states to embark on 3D digitization. As Commission, we followed this up with a number of other actions, and I'm going to talk about it later. Of course, funding projects as well. But then this led to including 3D as one of the focuses of the recommendation on the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage. So this recommendation, which was adopted a bit more than a year ago now, in 2021, revised the previous recommendation on digitization, online accessibility, and digital preservation, which was there from 2011, so 10 years later. We felt the need to update it with the challenges and developments at that time, and 3D seemed very timely after the previous work, discussion on and will to collaborate on 3D digitization. I would like to show a couple of slides and give you a little bit the context of the recommendation, because it doesn't only talk about 3D, but it presents a wider framework, a wider policy framework in that area. It is addressed to member states, and the objectives are to help member states accelerate digitization and preservation efforts, to also help seize the opportunities of digital transformation for cultural heritage institutions, and of course to pave the way for a common European data space for cultural heritage. The recommendation invites member states to take action on a number of areas, but I'm only going to present here some specific areas which are more closely related to the 3D digitization. So overall, it invites member states to set or update comprehensive forward-looking digital strategies, take measures to support the uptake of advanced technologies by heritage institutions, including 3D, but also extended reality, artificial intelligence, data technologies. And then one of the articles in this chapter, which is about digitization, digital preservation, is inviting member states to set specific digitization and digital preservation goals in their strategy based on criteria including cultural heritage at risk, the most physically visited cultural heritage monuments, buildings and sites, and then also the low level of digitization for specific categories of cultural heritage assets. The idea is that member states, when setting up this strategy, reflect on what is important for them to digitize under these categories, but not under these criteria, but not only. And it's what the general director of the Swedish Heritage Board talked about earlier on. Really thinking, discussing what is important to put in that strategy. And of course, it refers to digital skills, so it invites member states to take measures to assess the digital gap that there might be in the cultural heritage sector, and upskilling and reskilling cultural heritage professionals by 2030. And well, we heard it's not only skills, of course, it's the cost. So we invite the Commission invites member states to try to make use of as many as possible funding possibilities at EU and national level for that. Coming to the targets, by 2030, the recommendation invites member states to digitize in 3D all monuments and sites falling under the cultural heritage at risk category, and 50% of those falling under the most physically visited cultural heritage monuments, buildings and sites. And there's an intermediate checkpoint for 2025. But also, for us, digital preservation is also important. So digitizing on its own is not enough. Archiving, digital preserving all assets under A, B, and C is also one of the areas that the recommendation addresses. But that was the part of digitization and preservation. There's the other chapter which talks about the common European data space for cultural heritage. And there, again, contribution of digitized assets to the data space and to Europeana is one of the key areas that member states are invited to encourage their cultural heritage institutions to embark on. We want higher quality contributions. We have indicative targets for member states in the annex of the recommendation. And it's also important to say that the recommendation asks that public funding should be made conditional in digitization projects upon making available the results in the data space. It does not mean making it completely freely available, that's not possible, but it is making it available with the right conditions. And here we also see the other aspects. So 3D is not only for preservation, but making it accessible, making 3D content accessible in the data space allows showcasing European cultural heritage to enriching more audiences, and of course allows reuse in other sectors. We have some very, very ambitious targets here in the recommendation. and the bar is set very high at 16 million 3D digital assets by 2030 across the member states' contribution. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to stress here, so we have those two areas. So focus on digitizing, digitally preserving, but also focus on making it available for various uses.
Thank you so much, Katarina. Ambitious targets.
That's very true.
Yeah, you mentioned the role of Europeana in the European data space for cultural heritage, and I'm wondering mostly for you, Valentin, how you see the role of Europeana in this recommendation, in its targets. Does Europeana have any plans to accommodate 3D in its database and in its work?
Yeah. So indeed, so as part of the current contract, Europeana Foundation started on deploying the data space for cultural heritage. So 3D is one of an important component of the work we need to do in the next coming 2 years. So indeed, so we are looking at working on different fronts to also support you in accelerating around 3D. So of course we are not doing this alone. So we are working with partners within the consortium, the data space consortium, but also with the Europeana aggregators in every countries and domains that are also providing their expertise on this question. So I would say one of the priority first is to review and refine our frameworks around 3D to accommodate 3D. So the frameworks we have already cover 3D, but in a very high level way. So now with all the presentation we see, there is the need to go to have a bit more granular recommendations. So this is the work we have started to do and will continue to do. So, for example, reviewing and refining the Europeana data model, which is the data model Europeana used to aggregate data. The Europeana publishing framework, which defines the quality of the content and the quality of the metadata. So we need to look at 3D, what makes a 3D model of good quality, what are the criteria we could use to then adjust the tiers, the system of tiers we have for other material, how we can make it more meaningful for 3D. And then also working on the Europeana licensing framework, also to make sure that 3D is more clearly mentioned as part of this framework, so that we are also making sure that the 3D models that are being produced can also be shared and being reused. At the moment, with the few 3D models we have in Europeana, this is a bit of the issue we face, where in fact, when we have educators that are interested in reusing this material, a lot of what we have is under conditions that do not allow this type of reuse that we have seen presented already this morning. So this will be the work on the framework. We will do it in an iterative process because there are many things to consider, and also since the idea is also to accelerate, we don't want to put the bar too high at the beginning, so that's why we will review those framework in an iterative process. Then another layer is also what we, in a way, are doing already today. It's to build capacity around 3D, so making sure that documentation is available. So together with the partner, for example, from 4CH, CARE, which is the aggregator for archaeology, we are already gathering all the recommendations, the guidelines, the documentation available on 3D, so that you can find it and use this to start your activities. We will be also organizing events like this one, and also trainings, relying again on the aggregators that can help also spread the work. So those are the activities that are planned. We have already started to do some, and I think we all have a role to play in this, because this work requires also a lot of coordination, because there are many, in fact, when you start looking into it, you realize there are many initiatives, like what was presented around the Swedish stones. There are many initiatives that have something to contribute. So I expect that a lot of the work will be, in fact, in coordinating our activities and putting together what we have to offer. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, the capacity building here is really important, engaging the sector, making sure that there is this push beyond this room where maybe we're already preaching to the converted about the importance of 3D. What in both of your minds, I guess, would be the next steps or the best way to really mobilize the sector the way that a lot of the projects that we've seen now have already been mobilized? Maybe Valentin, you can start.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, Rihanna mentioned, the hardest step is to make the first 3D. So I think it's, I guess, the idea is to go over a bit this first hurdle. I think in a way, 3D also, challenges again our ability to collaborate together. So, you know, we have done it very well in the past for other type of materials. So I think we need to do that again in 3D, and it's a bit not starting from scratch, but looking again with a type of this type of material, how we can again, what should be the most efficient way to collaborate together, so that we can really accelerate those activities. So I guess this can be done locally, like here today you have a lot of Swedish actors, so it's also for you to see, okay, how we can work together to benefit from the expertise you probably and you already have. And then, Europeana, we are here also to stimulate those efforts and try to support the best we can also those efforts.
Do you agree, Katarina? Start somewhere.
Yeah. So I will follow up on what Valentin said, and I would like to refer again to it was a report called Basic Principles and Tips for 3D Digitization that was created about 2 years ago, but it's still relevant, with the collaboration of 40 experts in 3D and members of the expert group and the commission. So I don't know, I mean, we will be able to share the link after the event, but I think this is useful guidelines to basically cultural heritage professionals or organizations that don't have so much experience and don't know where to start. And this puts together all the different considerations under 10 basic principles that someone embarking on a digitization project or considering embarking on a digitization program should reflect on. And then there are the tips under each principle. So really, I think it's a great starting point. It talks about considering the value, considering what to digitize, how to digitize internally or externally, how to plan for a certain budget or a certain timeline. So it's all the different aspects that someone needs to have in mind about how to start. And that's one, I would say, thing. And I was also thinking that perhaps, I mean, we've seen examples here in this conference. We know of examples that are happening around Europe, but perhaps putting together like a list of those examples and respective contact points, because we all agree that exchanging and learning from each other's experience is a key way to progress, to start and progress.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think sharing those guidelines after this panel will be a great place to start for a lot of organizations looking for these tips, these best practices.
In fact, if I may add a third point, is that in the framework of the expert group, the CEDCH expert group with member states representatives, we're also discussing 3D digitization, also in the context of progress with implementing the recommendation. And we have had some bilateral meetings, but we'll continue to have bilateral meetings with the member states, and also we will try to integrate that in the discussions in the upcoming meetings. So thank you.
Great. Maybe as a last question before we move on, maybe a bit of a provocative question about the seeming tension that there is between we need to start somewhere, we need to start digitizing, and also the need to have high quality, high standards, tier 4 data in Europeana in the data space. Would you prefer to have quicker 3D objects that are maybe of lower quality, don't follow the best practices, or should we take the extra time and effort and cost of making sure that they are meeting the standards, meeting the tiers that we want? Maybe Valentin, your closing remark.
Yeah, so I think what is important is really to think about the reuse use cases. So I wouldn't push everyone to start directly investing in very high definition, high quality, complex projects, unless it's relevant for the use cases that is at stake. So for something like the Swedish stones we have seen, for this use case, indeed you need something that is very of high quality, because the idea is indeed to go beyond this interpretation of the stone and really see the detail on the stones. But for an applications like the use case we saw with the visual impairment, you might not need something that is as detailed or as granular, in terms of the layers, the texture. There are some texture that are more important than others because the use case is about people with visual impairment. So I think the main point is really to think why you are doing it and how you are thinking to reuse this.
Thank you. Katarina, your short
Yeah,
closing statement.
I think I would agree. In general, I think it's also in the recommendation about how member states should think when planning cultural heritage institutions, also how they should think. So it's considering really the purposes, the use cases, the target user groups. This is also in the basic principles and tips. But the basic principles and tips advise the experts who wrote it advise that institutions should really aim for the highest affordable quality when capturing an asset, a cultural heritage asset. It's because now what is high quality now might be low quality later, and this would allow reusing possibly what has been captured later on. And at the same time, the different versions and formats can be created in order to serve the targeted purpose and the targeted user groups. So I think these are considerations that need to be thought ahead of a digitization project. And yes, I think, one can start small, but the goal is, of course, to be able to scale up eventually.
Great. Start small and scale up. I think it's a really good conclusion. Thank you both, Valentin and Katarina, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Great. Reuse is one of the most important things to keep in mind when working on what to digitize, and what a great reuse case that we'll have right now. Marinos, welcome to the stage. Marinos Ioannidis is responsible for the e-preservation Cyprus University of Technology. You'll be presenting a really important reuse case to us, the ASINOU Church, and the VG study that is connected with it. So Marinos, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here today. Yes, and especially in this particular day. It's a key day for me, but also for the international community. Today is the International World Heritage Day, and it's the day that the monument or the building about which I will talk today is celebrating. It's a big coincidence, and thank you very much for that. Actually, on that particular day, I'm going always to the monument and not to the EU presidency events. But it was a great pleasure, and thank you very much. For the social media society, the hashtags given by ICOMOS are here below. So, I'm coming from the Digital Cultural Heritage UNESCO chair as well as the EU era chair, named Mnemosyne. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a museum. Mnemosyne was the lady, the mother of the 9 muses, and the 9 muses had a special temple named Museum, where the ancient Greeks went to do what? To preserve their memory, to ask these 9 ladies, please keep my memory forever. I like only to recall Homer, the first words of this very unique piece that he wrote, Odysseus, was what? Calling the muses to keep his thoughts until he will manage to write his work alive, yeah? So, now, we are working there by saying behind us is the memory of our parents, in front of us are the eyes of our children. A part of our memory is here in your country because a young boy 100 years ago decided to spend his holiday in Cyprus, in the lovely island of Venus. And he was so impressed when he returned back to Sweden, asked his parents, listen, I want to study archaeology. And he did. And that boy is your grand King Gustav VI. And that's the reason we have a piece of our memory here. And we do hope to see Deva once the day comes in Europeana or repatriated in Cyprus. So it's all about the memory, the story, the identity. That's why we digitize 3D. And it's all about this unique building. That's the building the first day when the photographer visited the space, the site. That's from the archive, National Archive in Cyprus, 1909. So, same building, the building, 1957, we were under English rule until 1916, yeah? So, and the building in 1958, the building again, 59, under restoration, and the building today as a World Heritage Site. But comparing with Notre Dame, you are asking yourself, so what? What's the important here? Let's see, let's start with the documentation. And when we document, we say it's all about the user needs. We need to take that into account. Otherwise, there is no reason to digitize. And of course, it's all about to preserve the identity at the end of the day. And by talking identity, the first war after the Second World War on this continent was in Cyprus in 1974. The second was in Yugoslavia, and the third is currently running, yeah, experiencing. So when we digitize, it's for all these professions here. And of course, when we want to harvest content to Europeana, that's because of them. Otherwise, the use and reuse has no scope. So, and if we put it down and see the nice monument, how it is presented in the different variations, it looks like, naya, again, what's the special thing? But nevertheless, let's see, that was the first 3D digitization of a monument on the island of Cyprus in 2005. Since then, we are monitoring the monument, and we are digitizing that every 4 to 5 years. So that was the first 3D object harvested in Europeana. We are very, very proud about that. And that was happening in a special council meeting. I'm going back, I'm preserving also your content. Huh? So, when a council meeting of the ministers of culture in Brussels, every minister gave a present to Europeana, and that was from our minister. And that was happened when the first Cyprus presidency of the EU Council. And we are monitoring the monument, and we are looking here, see, the high tech in the monument. The monument is moving, ladies and gentlemen. We are on an earthquake area. And talking now about the different EU projects and our activities, we had to carry out a special study, and please allow me to share with you, if you can please play, yes. The nice music behind is for the IPR issues, but also to honor the sponsor of this nice work. Enjoy the video, ladies and gentlemen, and that's all about. From the digitization, from keeping the memory, the knowledge, and the identity of this unique monument alive. This is a place where you have to visit when you come to Cyprus. Actually, during the negotiations, EU negotiations for the enlargement of the EU with Cyprus, it was a must to take to that side all the EU policymakers. It's so unique. So, Harry mentioned in his presentation the use of new technologies. We try to bring the monument to talk, to tell us its story, to bring it online. And we tried several attempts. Here are some of them. The icon is also, and we haven't digitized the building. We haven't only digitized the frescoes, we digitized the icons. We digitize, ladies and gentlemen, everything. What exists in libraries, in archives, and you will see now something else, which is unique, and I haven't seen in any other digitization. This is the time machine of the monument. We digitize even the priest. We digitize even the liturgy which is now currently ongoing on that monument. And we try to have it in such a way so that it is visible and presented to everybody. The monument went even to the school. It's coming to it. Monument was a key case study at the inception project. And this is the documentation. Rehana mentioned BIM this morning, Building Information Model, on the level of detail 400, where we have the geometry with the pathology together. And that's for reasons of monitoring. I'm coming to the end. Here's the liturgy, currently ongoing. And you will see something which is unique, ladies and gentlemen, because we tried to bring the monument to talk. But how to do it? It's not so easy. So therefore, we took the advantage of the advanced technologies, and we took the person in charge of the monument, voila, the priest. This is the metaverse. 2018, it has been presented in Brussels, and we got the innovation prize at the Innovators Fair in Brussels.
Which is a large tradition belonging to the second half of the 12th century. The interior of Panagia Fantasiosat is entirely covered with wall paintings which vary in date.
It's coming to an end.
You need to let the priest finish.
And of course, here, the study, the complexity, the quality, the BIM LOD 400, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud. Here is a QR code to download the study if you want to scan it. In the meantime, 4 EU projects are based on the study, 24 universities around the world, 18 stakeholders, 6 research centers, and 2 industrial centers, entities are using the results of the study. That's an impact, isn't it? Made in EU, and we are very proud because out of the 24 universities, is Stanford, is Harvard, is Cambridge, is Oxford, those universities are outside of Europe. Yeah?
Marino,
so,
thank you so much.
Thank you also.
Lovely. I think I now know not only what the first digitized 3D object was, but the most digitized object ever in every layer possible is in Cyprus, this innocuous church.
Yes, and you have to visit it.
Oh, I will. I mean, I have to.
Yes.
Either digital or physical.
Yes.
Thanks again, Marinos. We'll move on to our next presentation, which is online. It's also pre-recorded, but Jill Cousins, I think, is online with us as well for any questions that you might have in the chat. Jill Cousins is the director of the Hunt Museum currently, but she's also deeply entrenched in Europeana. She was there at the start, right until 2018. She led Europeana. She'll be talking to us mostly about digitization in her current role at the Hunt Museum. So let's start that pre-recorded session. Jill, go ahead.
Okay, hello everybody. Lovely to see you all. Here you have a kind of 3D virtual version of me giving you a talk on the 3D digitization of museum objects and why it's simple and not expensive. So at the Hunt Museum, we know a couple of things about who does or who does not come into the museum, and a couple more about how people of all ages and backgrounds engage with the museum. And we know that they want to do things, they want to make things, they want to interact with the objects these days, and we need to provide ways of them doing that. So from the point of view of the objects themselves within the museum, we have a very diverse collection, a range of periods, materials and sizes. They range from for instance, the Egyptian monkey that you can see at the bottom, the god of Thoth. He's 2,000 years old, through the Sybil Connolly collection, which is 1950s Irish fashion designer, right up to date with our Irish contemporary ceramics collection. Everything that can be in the public domain is in the public domain, or in the case of Sybil Connolly, it has been dedicated to the public domain, which means it can be very widely shared and used, and it is. Today, however, I'm going to give you a quick of whys and wherefores for 3D digitization for a small museum. So we have 15 core staff and about 3,000 objects in the collection. And the idea is to demonstrate that it's not so difficult or expensive to do so. So far in our experience, the 3D digitization process more than satisfies the use cases that we and others have for those objects. And I'll come to the process in a minute, but look quickly at some of our use cases to start with. The first is a museum in a garden. The aim here is to have the objects escape the walls of the museum, because as we all know, lots of people don't actually come into the museum in the first place. And so far 3 have done so with the help of local engineering companies, Arup, Takumi and Kirby. The first is on McMahon. He's about this high in the museum, and he is represented here in the garden. He is Tricoya, which is now Irish constituted wood material, and he has been CNC cut. He's a very popular guy in the garden. The second is an Etruscan jug that is being made out of cotton steel and water cut engineering by Takumi. And this one is, as we speak, being made. It's our dodecahedron, which will become a 2.5 meter high sculpture in the garden, and it will be in orange. We also use it for sensory experiences, so the 3D scanning become 3D models. They unlock our museum in a box audio files that tell the story behind the object, but they also allow for a much more tactile experience of the object behind the glass. The 3D scans have been used for our interactive table. This allows you to see our collection temporally and geographically, but it really engages people in learning when they can dig deeper into the object, turn the object around and upside down and the like. It is, of course, used for our website, for the Europeana website, for sharing and for research. And increasingly, we are using it to work with the visually impaired. So this is where you see actually the visually impaired as co-creators being able to handle, in this case, the object, but they won't always be able to do so. So that's why the 3D replica of them works. And of course, we use it for entertainment reasons. So this was Ol McMahon, who was 3D scanned. And then he became an augmented reality object boogieing in the captain's room of the museum. The processes and the costs of creating these 3D scans as far as the museum is concerned. And why I don't think it's so difficult for even a smallish museum such as the Hunt Museum to do. I'm going to start with the volunteer side of it, so the people that you need in order to do the scanning in the first place. We've been very successful at involving volunteers, students, community members. We've used scan-a-thons and volunteer engagement. We have a kind of symbiotic relationship between those with the skills and expertise, sharing their marketable skills with volunteers, research students, interns, and they gain transferable skills and research or research material, depending on what they want to do with it. The process is, so usually our 3D digitisation is pretty project focused, so whether it's for education, engagement projects that need 3D digitisation, then the member of staff requests those objects. They're pulled out on a day when we've got volunteers in the museum, a room is set aside, and the objects are taken off display and digitised. The models are then post-processed using tools such as MeshLab and Blender, and they're added to Sketchfab where metadata is added. Karare's 3D Share 3D tool is integrated into Sketchfab, so new models can be pulled through from Sketchfab and then metadata added in text form to the dashboard, very easily meeting the requirements of the Europeana data model. We then send for publication, notify Karare, and they're published on Europeana and several other places. In terms of equipment, we have an iScan Pro, we have a detachable colour pack, a turntable with a target pattern on it, a tripod and a mount. We tend to use extra lighting, and of course you need to be able to stabilise some of those objects that are being scanned, so we have means of doing that. We have also several times used photogrammetry, which is better for objects that have got a lot of holes in them, such as the dodecahedron, but also things like jewellery. We have a tiara, for instance, that has been scanned that way. The digitisation process is pretty simple, and there are a couple of techniques that are used to overcome some of the more tricky objects, and that's the benefit of using experts such as John Beck from Scan the World, or Ken Coleman, or Dermot Sheehan, who has been working with us for a while. The scanner can see the majority of the coded targets on that little turntable that you see down the bottom. And that means that it can line up the scan, and it has a known visual of where it scanned from and to. Very useful for small objects that fit onto the turntable and don't block the targets. It's a method that will automatically recognise the turntable and edit it out, so less time in post-processing. If an object is too large, then obviously you're using the handheld scanner and you can get up and down around it, but that sometimes leads to defects in the mesh, so you get underscanned or overscanned, but it is sometimes the only way to capture an object. Dark, shiny, concave, transparent surfaces can cause the scanner not to be able to see the object being scanned. So that's when we use something like a white sublimating spray to coat the object, like the helmet above, to give them a brighter finish and enable them to be scanned. There is a post-processing process for objects where maybe had defects in the mesh that was created, the texture came out too dark, or the object was really small. So then you're using the surfaces of the mesh to paint onto, and you're taking photographs of the objects against those surfaces, and you're blending them onto the object, which means that you can take this tiny little amulet of Goddess Bess from our Egyptian collection, and on the left you'll see the original scan version, and on the right you'll see the one that has actually had the photographs added to it, so making a lower resolution object much higher and much more usable. Publishing process is that we first publish them onto Sketchfab, metadata and linked open data is added, use of their dashboard is very easy to pull it through. You log in, as many of you will know, into Share 3D, very user-friendly interface. You can see previously published models, models are not yet published, and the like. You can then add your metadata very easily, and you're able then to publish through. Making it publishable, accessible, and usable. I couldn't resist this one, which is the dress. It's a maquette that Sybil Connolly made. You can actually see the original here. It's why I'm wearing this glove. She used to post them pre-digital to her clients, so that they could actually see what she was going to make from them. Now we 3D scanned this, and some guy decided he was going to 3D print it in his kitchen by his kitchen sink. This has resulted in a rather nice 3D version that is going to be used by our visually impaired co-curators. So finally, to the cost of making this happen. To date, under Europeana archaeology, we've got about 8K under the Art of Reading in Medieval Europe. We got about 6K, and then we had some money from the Irish Heritage Council to buy a laser scanner, laptop, tripod, about another 5K, and then there was another 5K on top. In all, it's about 24K over 4 years. That's resulted in 362 of a potential of between 1250 and 1300 objects. So the cost per item to date is €66, and I'm aiming to get that down to €50 per item, and the returns you've seen. So it's pretty simple and affordable. You need some funding for technology and training. You need some collections handling training, volunteers and researchers in terms of the people time. You need some staff and experts, such as the Scanner World, for digitising and publishing. And then, of course, you can use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. That was wonderful, and a great message that 3D digitization doesn't have to break the bank. and you can start printing things next to your kitchen sink if you want to. That's what I remember it anyway. Before we go to our lunch, we have another fabled speaker, Marco Medici, who will talk to us about the importance of 2D objects to conceptualize 3D. Marco, you are part of the Inception project, as I understand it. And you are also assistant professor at the University of Ferrara Department of Architecture. Marco, please take the stage. It's all yours.
Is this working? Yeah, it's on. Number 3. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jolan. Thank you very much to everyone for organizing this amazing event. It's wonderful to see what we can do together. And as Jolan said, I'm assistant professor at the University of Ferrara, and I'm CTO and founder of the Inception spin-off. That is a spin-off that is coming just after the Inception project that is ended in 2019, and Marinos was part of that and already mentioned the project. I will try to explain, in my opinion, how, which is the importance of the object to conceptualize 3D. Because yes, we are working a lot with 3D. 3D gives us a way to understand the reality in a more immediate way, in the sense that it's not mediated by something else, because we are experiencing the reality in 3D, actually. So while we are using something that is 2D, we are kind of putting into a bidimensional media our reality. So I will try to explain how we can use 2D to enrich and conceptualize 3D in 3 steps. First of all, we'll see how 3D models can tell you more than they show. Basically, building information modeling, or better, I would call it 3D information modeling, because it's more general approach to information modeling, can tell us more than a simple mesh or mesh with texture. And then we'll see how each element of this 3-dimensional model can tell you something by being enriched by semantics, by images, by documents, and so on and so forth. And at the end, we'll see how we implemented somehow the enrichment using the APIs from Europeana, so exploiting the knowledge that we already have. So first of all, the technologies that we are going to show has been developed within the Inception project, and now are still under the development by the Inception spin-off. And we are also part of the 5D Culture project, in which we will try to implement even a better correlation to Europeana. And we are also part of the 4CH project, in which that has been already mentioned several times this morning, in which we are trying to use Inception technologies and make them compliant with a wider scenario in Europe. So the process that we are used to face is the one that starts from data capturing and then needs an information modeling, a 3-dimensional information modeling, in which we are not only creating a 3D mesh or a 3D point cloud, but we are also interpreting the reality, creating shapes and segmenting the models that we can capture. And in the end, we are going through the final enrichment for making the model more comprehensible to the final users. So here is a small video. We are going through 3 different videos. The first one is showing the viewer that we implemented, in which we can see, of course, the 3D mesh with textures, but overlapped with a 3-dimensional building information model. So building information modeling is going to be compulsory across all Europe for public procurement. So we are going to see the creation of a lot of 3-dimensional information modeling also for historical buildings. And also restorers are using it for scheduling their intervention, and for doing that they are separating the reality into different objects. So they are recognizing which are the beams, which are the walls, which are the window, and so on and so forth. I do not like to call it as a building information modeling, since the regulation on building information modeling is quite strict. And here we are developing something more that can be more useful for historical buildings that do not follow a strict regulation as actual buildings. But when we are segmenting the reality, what we can do then is we can indeed enrich the three-dimensional model. What we have seen before was the Church of Santa Maria delle Vergini in Macerata in the central part of Italy. This is the Istituto degli Innocenti, a wonderful piece of the Renaissance designed by Bruno Melleschi. And as you can see, all the different pieces can be selected and clicked. And when we are clicking some of those, we can retrieve their metadata or paradata. And so in order to see which are the information that are connected to these single pieces. For instance, here we implemented a connection with a Getty vocabulary in order to show in a more shared way how they are called, who was the author, and so on and so forth. So we are actually enriching the three-dimensional model with a lot of different information, and at the same time we are attaching to these elements pictures. Here is the picture of the tondo. They are 12 on the facade. They are all different, and let's try to imagine how difficult it is to say to a student, okay, this is the picture of the third tondo from the left, the fourth from the right, and so on. So why don't show it just clicking on a single element and saying, okay, where it is, show me that kind of tondo. And we can do that using pictures that we are shooting on our own, pictures that are in archives, but when they are into archives, and if they are into Europeana itself, why don't use them? So in this case, we are using a kind of different interface of the platform that we developed. The platform is not actually intended to be a commercial platform or a platform open to everyone. Is for now just a way to show which are the potentiality of this kind of technology. And here we are exploiting the APIs from Europeana in order to search into this huge database where are the information about of the tondos or historical drawing of the facade. And so here, for instance, we are selecting this picture here, and we are associating this picture using semantic triples. So everything you are seeing is powered by semantic technologies and semantic triples. And here, after connecting the picture of the entire building, we are also clicking on one single tondo and retrieving the historical picture of that specific tondo and attaching it to the three-dimensional model. So in this way, we can ensure not only that the model, the three-dimensional model, is enriched with a lot of pieces of information that are fundamental for the understanding of this 3D object, but at the same time we are also offering a new way of assessing the bidimensional content that are already available on platforms like the one that we like to use the most, that is basically Europeana. So we can upload the semantic triples on our server, and here we can show once again that the historical picture of the tondo is associated to the single element on the facade. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Marco. I think this was a great reuse case to end this morning with. We've seen a bunch of really fascinating reuse cases from this, the 4CH project, the SUM project, picture stones in Gotland, the ASINOU church, of course, and also I feel like it's been really great that we could explore these different crossroads between what 3D means and other things that are really important in cultural heritage, like inclusion and diversity, climate action, the green transition, sustainability. So I think we have a really good grasp now of why is 3D important and how can we learn from some other 3D use cases. The day isn't over yet. We'll dive even deeper into 3D this afternoon with an actual guided 3D experience. I am very curious as to what that will look like, and I hope you are as well. I also hope that you're maybe a little bit hungry and want a little bit of a break, which I totally understand. We'll have a break of about an hour now until 12:45. I also saw that there were some questions online during the presentations, and I see that those questions are also being answered online, so thank you so much to the speakers online for being in the chat and being very active. That's great to see. So before I let you go, if you're tweeting during the lunch break saying how great all of this is, don't forget to use the hashtag EU2023SE, and we'll see you all back at 12:45. Have a great lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone online. I'm sorry we couldn't give you lunch. I must say it was very nice. It was great. I'm a big fan of the Matmeka here, just next to our stage. Let me just find my documentation and we can start up again. Okay. We can already see some of the deeper dive into 3D that we will take part in this afternoon. I hope that you're all ready for some really great presentations on 3D, mostly in Slovenia. I'd love to present our two speakers who will take you on this journey through Slovenian cultural heritage. First, we have Urška Stark-Pečeni, who is Chief Innovation Officer at Arctur, where she works together with Mateusz Strauss. Arctur is an innovation company that works a lot on 3D modeling and on bringing cultural heritage closer to tourists and to anyone who's interested in Slovenian cultural heritage. They will talk to us about Slovenia's Tourism 3D campaign, and I see an actual artifact ready on the table here as well, so I'm very curious to hear what you have to say about that. Urška, please.
Thank you for the introduction. It's really a pleasure and an honor for us to be here with you.
Hi.
I hope you had a great lunch and now you have energies to dive into the metaverse and all these things that we have been hearing today. For the beginning, I have a mission after the lunch, but let's see, I will try to do that. I would like to inspire you. We would like to inspire you, actually. And I will start. I will actually start with something, with an idea that we had in Slovenia before COVID in 2019. And it was born out of R&D projects. It was actually the largest R&D project in the history of Slovenia, focused on tourism. And I had the honor to manage that project with all major universities in the country. So we tried really to bring all the experts to the table, and we were like envisioning what is going the tourism of tomorrow going to be. So how should it be? So we focused on like putting in the center the quality of life of local residents and then building out of it. And from there came the idea, okay, that we want to redirect the tourist flows from the main attractions. How to do that? We don't want Disneylands in Europe. What we want to do, we want to combine cultural heritage and new technologies. And this is how we came into this, let's say, sea or pool that we are swimming together today here. And all these spots in Slovenia are registered immovable cultural heritage. And so we saw this as, so every spot is like a diamond out of which we want to create a new experience. And this idea, as I said, so combining this physical and this digital together into this hybrid reality to make new experiences. And then we were lucky actually that we had partners at the ministry who is responsible for tourism in Slovenia and founded leading destinations, tourism destinations in Slovenia, to digitize at least 3D examples of cultural heritage, but not only that. So we wanted to make an application out of it to create at least one tourist experience. And this is what happened around our country. Actually, we didn't even know what we are starting at that time. So it was quite an interesting journey in which, as I already said, the destination got founded, spread all over the country. So it's really trying to create new attractions in spots which were not popular before. Combining very different kind of heritage, so rural areas, city centers, you will see industrial heritage, and really trying to make it, the right way, because there were no standards. We have been hearing today about standards, so we set a group of experts again who tried to set the first standards to create high-level 3D models which can be really reused in time. Because we don't want just to preserve, we are those who really want to try to bring this heritage to the second life, in games, in education, in tourism, entertainment, really find new ways how to bring our roots to these new dimensions where we'll be living. You can see different kind of heritage, and then making 3D reconstruction castles around Slovenia. So 3 years ago, 4 years ago, was nothing of that. So today we have all these images, all these animations, all this, and now we'll see what I said, the most important thing, new experiences, where these 3D models are getting life again in new ways. Underwater heritage, so really, and this is the second part. So we have been running workshops with destinations, which have been very challenging, because at the beginning destinations were actually against this, because this was something new. Who wants to do this kind of projects where, people who are dealing with promotion should deal with glasses, nothing is working, complicating technology and so on. But now we can see all over Slovenia many attractions. And as I said, we are reaching the goal that we are redirecting the tourist flows to the points which were before not known to the tourists and also to local people. Just to give an idea of variety of projects that we're running.
So we had projects in AR, VR, holograms, interactive rooms, different mobile screens and so on. So really different new media solutions that we've applied, always serving the end goal, so to present cultural heritage to tourists.
And not to forget, as I said, setting the standards for 3D model and making all these results visible or help destinations to make them visible. This is a portal that we created then for the ministry where all these 3D models can be seen and are linked to the attractions, because we know that one can get a 3D model, but it's not easy, how to make it presentable for the audiences. And this, not to forget, this stage is to really train stakeholders in the ecosystem, help them. So we develop learning materials, workshops. We have been with them, and maybe just one of the impressions at the beginning, as I said, destination were a little bit scared, feared. Then we invited experts, guests to, for example, we had, you see, You have people from tourism who like to sell, you know, the cultural heritage, and then those from museums who want to preserve it. So like with second or third workshop where we were like thinking, oh my, they are going to fight now because it's like, not good. But at the end, we can see, as I already said, that we created a portal where all these 3D models can be viewed and linked to the destinations. But at the end, you can see now the faces of all destinations getting awards, and they are like all very proud of these projects. They are asking for new fundings to do that. So first steps are always the most difficult ones, but now we can see that the beginning is hard, but when you start it, it starts rolling. And I hope that in this room today we find this energy, you know, and the skills that we start rolling this ball and then reach the goals that we want to reach within Europe. And as we already heard today, there are so many results, so many effects in the ecosystem, so on the local level and on a large level, that we have learned that are there. And if we do it on an even larger, you know, scale, then the effects will be even bigger. And now, so how to do that? How to start this ball rolling? Mateusz, I'm like really happy that I can work with this type of experts such as Mateusz, who is really helping us and our team and everyone in Slovenia to do this way. So I hope that I leave you in your hands, that you bring also these experts today on the way to the digitalization of European cultural heritage.
Thank you. Can you move to the next slide?
Yes, I can, or I can give you the power as you want.
You wanted to say something in between? No. So now we are moving into the second part, but since we are the same presenters, it's in a way a continuation of the previous
Just go with
one.
the flow.
So as Urška said, how do you start something like that in your own country? Back then, when we were starting, we didn't really know, of course, how to do it, and we didn't have a plan. We just jumped in. In a way, I think this is a good strategy. Once you're in there, you need to find the solutions. If you try to plan everything in advance, then you stop at the beginning. So today, in this this next session, we want to engage with you as well. So we will be using Mentimeter. This is like a call for you to bring out your phones. You can go to menti.com, sign in that number, and you should see some questions later on.
Get your pencils, because we prepared something for you. So you have homework today.
Yeah. I'll show that number later on, but just...
and you can see the number like on the slides, the following slides, so don't worry.
Yeah, on top. So coming back to the morning discussions about the recommendations, and we've set ambitious goals. We've put together a map with and writing out the numbers, the goals, which indeed now seem rather ambitious. Also, if we go through all of them, of course, some countries more, some less, but still ambitious goals. I think we should not be scared of these numbers, and we should not think at this moment we won't reach them anyway, so we will make an excuse at the end, you know. And it's not high school, right?
No, you
huh? Yeah, okay. We have the first question for you. Looking at those goals, just a question: how close to the goals are you? So this is the target values for 2030. And I asked Tamara if you can start the Menti. Perfect.
We are combining different technologies here. It's like a lab, okay? So please excuse if it's not working everything, but it should, right? Yeah, here we go.
Okay. And when you say I have no idea, meaning you're not the one who should know that, or?
I think you should use the mic, right, with for the questions with the audience. Is any mic wrong? Okay, coming. No, I can do that. You are the guy there. Sorry?
It's 6.
6, yeah, sorry. Okay.
Does anyone want to comment on that?
Who said, I have no idea, for example? Okay, Harry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand, but whom would you ask, or what you just want to know? People who have no idea, what would you want to do? You know, it's something which is your mission too. Sorry. Okay.
I have no idea yet. I would say I have no idea yet, because in November we'll be asking member states to report on progress with the implementation, and then we will have
they should have an idea, right?
A very good idea based on, of course, what the member states report.
Thank you. So actually, this question was just to see, and this is pretty much, you see, the reality that we have in Europe, and we have to start moving around it. And today is the first day that we will try to do. So how to reach these goals?
Exactly. So today we want to give you a few hints how we would do it if we would be commissioned to do it. Of course, it's always easier to tell others how things should be done than doing it. But of course, in Slovenia, we also have these ambitious goals, and we also, as Slovenia, need to do quite a lot. So today we prepared like a fact sheet, no, not a fact sheet, like a worksheet for you, where we've tried to, in a way, help you think what to do. And the end goal of today's session is that at the end you have three steps that you will take once you get back home from Stockholm.
And some help for you when you talk to other stakeholders to make them understand what is this about and how to deal with this topic, right?
So for those of us listening us online, you can access this sheet on the link down here below. It's tourism4 -o.org/heritage/3D journey. Yes, my first thoughts would be how to start it. I would always try to think, what is the long-term vision? And for me, the KPI, the number, is not a long-term vision. I mean, this is something that needs to be achieved. The long-term vision is how do we want our future to look like and the future of our children. And of course, how these activities will benefit the society as a whole, the economy, and so on and so on. So we are thinking of the impact that we will generate with that. So it's not about the KPI, it's the larger effects of this KPI. And of course, we have to think cross-sectoral in this thing. We, the one working in cultural heritage, will have to work with others because they will be using our materials as well. And our experience is that one organization or one institution cannot do this alone. Of course, not in Europe, not even within a separate country. We need to decentralize these efforts. We need to engage lots of organizations, but we need to ensure common standards and protocols. And of course, make a balanced mix of different types of objects. Before in the morning, we've been discussing what type of objects we do first and how to do this. Of course, probably to reach these numbers, we will need a combination of them. Today, we will be showing you most of the materials from Slovenia, which are rather large objects of immovable cultural heritage. And yes, doing it smaller objects might be a little bit simpler. As I said, this journey is going to be a combination of different expertise, different knowledge providers, also different aspects of looking at the same things. So really keep that in mind. And as Urška said in the previous part, in Slovenia, when we had this experience, it's not always easy for different fields, stakeholders to work together unless they have a common goal. In Slovenia, we went through that. We went through all of these activities with people who had no idea what is 3D and what is digitization or digitalization or digital transformation. So we've put all these things together in a toolkit for them that might be useful for other countries as well. So today we will be using some of the materials that we made back then and some of the materials that we have made just for this occasion to, in a way, tell you how these things are done or how we do it. Probably there are other approaches as well. So yeah. So a 3D model. First of all, let's be clear, a 3D model is not 360-degree image. So that's a main difference. 360-degree image, like the one that you see in Street View of a popular website, is an image, and we will now show one image of that room in 360-degree. Will it work?
We can do it.
I can do it.
No. We can do it. He needs to switch.
Yeah, okay. So this is 360-degree image taken 2 hours earlier with a camera. So it's an image that is warped in a bubble, right? We cannot move within that image. It's just a two-dimensional image warped around the camera. A 3D model is something different. A 3D model is something that we can move within it. So it's not an image. It's the same as we experience it as humans in a natural environment, right? It's 3D space. And there are two main approaches of how to make a 3D model. There are other as well, but let's say that also today we've mostly heard about these two. And in our company, we mostly use photogrammetry combined with laser scanning. So photogrammetry is the main approach. And that's why I started photogrammetry, and then we add laser scanning. So it starts at the field. It starts by taking lots of images, as we have seen in previous presentations, on different settings, in different conditions. We use, for large buildings, of course, we use lots of drones. We use also normal cameras. And as in every natural environment, we have also challenges there, like forests next to the buildings, or actual buildings put in a forest. So the drones, and of course the ones operating the drones, have to be quite good at managing that. There's also lots of work already on the site, but the main idea is, of course, that we capture an object or a building from several sites as many times as possible. Of course, more images that there are, the better the quality it will be, but of course at some point we need to limit ourselves. And there's always, of course, this is a technical discussion at what point we limit ourselves. So maybe to show you how we do that, we have here an object which is a 3D printed 3D model of a 3D scanned, the oldest,
it's 3D.
the oldest musical instrument in the world. And it actually shows that the Neanderthal people were not as backward as we might think of them. It actually shows that they had culture because they had music. So yeah, this is a 3D print of a 3D model which was 3D scanned, and the original is in the National Museum in
And it was
Ljubljana.
found in Slovenia, I forgot.
Yeah, in my municipality. So, can you see the, yeah. So I will now be using an app, there are several apps that can be used for that. In our company, we don't use these apps, we do it the old-fashioned way. We have other softwares, but this is just to demonstrate how things are done. So basically the idea is, as I said previously, we take as many pictures as possible Here I won't take lots of them, but the idea is, we capture the object from several sides, and now my hands are shaking, so maybe this is not the best for taking pictures. Okay, we stop. And now I did something in 3 minutes that our guys would probably do in 2 days. But then we start the processing of these images. So these all images are put together, coming from different sources. If you had different drones, or if you have different cameras, they need to be organized. And usually it's thousands of photos for the objects that we do. What to do with these images? These images need to be, these images need to be edited, because as in every image, there's a part that is, let's say, in the shadow. No.
Something missing, or?
No. Yeah. Okay. So every image needs to be edited to avoid these parts that are in the shadow or overexposed to sunlight. You see there are parts that are not visible now, but once we edit them, there are visible parts. So this is the preparatory part, which is rather unpleasant if you have thousands of images. And of course, software can help, but it doesn't really help all the way, right? And then we move to the next step, where we put these images together. So the idea is that each of the images that we took is an overlap with the previous image. So we overlap 2 images, add another one, and another one, and we are searching for common points where they are, in a way, overlapping and where they are the same. And this is how the first point cloud is made. So point cloud is actually a cloud of points, so points in a 3D space. And it might look like that one. This one is with 23 million points, a castle in Slovenia, or like that. So now we are moving through a point cloud. This is not a 3D model yet. We need to be clear here. So this is a point cloud. It's one step before. And the laser scanner actually generates a similar point cloud as we are looking now. So laser scanner is skipping these first parts of editing the images and brings in point cloud already. The next step is, of course, to connect these dots in a space with lines. And if you imagine, if you have 2 lines, 2 dots, you have a line. If you have 3 dots, you have a triangle. If you add another dot, you have 2 triangles, and so on. So this is how then a mesh is created, a mesh of polygons. On that mesh, we need to add, so this mesh could already be in silver color or in gray color or something like that. But on top of that, we need to add the texture. So the texture is what we call this layer of images put around it, which makes it colorful, which makes it photorealistic. And of course, the more images that we had in the beginning, the more photorealistic that final object could be. Here the question arises is, how do we ensure the accuracy of what we do? So what if we did all of these things, but then the 3D model let's say, it's stretched a little bit more into one side, because, I don't know, the perspective of the camera was different or something like that. So this is why what we do, but there are also other approaches. We bring the geometer with us, the surveyor, land surveyor, who basically is going to measure the physical object, and we will then compare the physical object to the digital one. On the physical object, then we have to put basically lots of, we call them markers, and the geometer, the surveyor, will basically measure the points of these markers in the physical space, But these markers will be visible also in the digital model. So then we can basically compare them if the distances between them are the same. And if the more we have, of course, the more accurate it will be. This is how a 3D model, we've generated a 3D model. Now the issue is, how do we show it to people? If basically I send any of you a 3D model that we did, probably on your own computers, you'll not be able to open it because it's just too large file. You would need a special software to do it. And this is why we use online viewers, like viewers in a browser, where one can basically see a 3D model on a normal computer with a normal knowledge. And this is one of the viewers that we've developed in the VIV project together with Europeana and some other partners as well, that could be used for such occasions. As we already said in the morning, metadata is super important because metadata tells us and tells other people what this 3D model is about and what we actually did in that case. So metadata is data about a data. There's also another term that is used in that field, it's paradata. So paradata is the technical data about the model. And if you remember, when you have your own phones, your cameras, your camera creates paradata about the images that you took. And in the case of 3D model, it's something similar. So yeah, we show these things to the wider publics. As Urška said, we did it in Slovenia with a separate website where we embedded the viewer that we've shown before. And this is how a 3D model is made. And let's see if we made it. Can we change the... so we have now here a 3D model of that flute. It's the Neanderthal flute, it's the official name. And you see here what we could do is, of course, we would need to cut that stand below. We'd need to cut the surface below. Here we took 21 images. So if we took much more images, of course, the details would be better. But it's, right, for a 3-minute work, it's quite okay.
Shaking hands, it's...
Huh?
For the shaking hands, it's the
yeah.
result.
So yeah, it's not that hard. And again, if you prepare everything correctly, if you have the right equipment, and of course, if the object is easy to scan, then things are okay. What to do then? We believe that here the story should not stop. And for us, it never stops here because in a way it's just hard to look at a 3D model on a USB stick in a drawer in an office or something like that. For us, a 3D model needs to be used, and it needs to be used several times in different settings for different purposes. Because this is what, as I said in the beginning, this is now where the vision comes into play, right? What we will do with it and how it will transform the society, the economy, and so on. So there are several uses of 3D models. The simplest one, of course, we create a video of this 3D model, and we incorporate that video into a promotional video or interpretation video, or basically whatever. Or we just play this 3D model in a hologram. A hologram is a device that is using 2D technology, so it's using screens or projections. But at the end, the effect looks like it's 3D, so it looks like it's in front of you. And this is a project that we did in the southeastern part of Slovenia, where the idea was to present 7 castles in a room that we call a digital room. The same 3D model could be used in a virtual reality experience. So we could populate that 3D model with additional stuff, historical things, with characters, with weather, with effects. So we actually make it look lively, look realistic. And in that case, yeah, we developed a virtual reality game where you wander around the castle and you get to know the different stories that happened in that castle. Yeah, I'll skip. Or instead of virtual reality, we could use it in augmented reality. So augmented reality is something that is a reality that is put on top of our physical existing reality, and where people can see something that is not visible in the nature. As I said previously, these technologies, of course, could be combined. There are also other technologies and other media that could be used. In some cases, for example, we print these 3D models, and then we use the 3D models as a canvas to project something on them. Again, we're transforming a 3D model into something that is not static, that is not just a depiction of a building at a certain time, but it's bringing content into it.
And now I want to build on this, is because we have been talking already about data spaces for tourism, data spaces for cultural heritage. So reuse that we are now like envisioning or working on is that we are partner in one of the data spaces for tourism projects, dates, and the two projects will merge. So there will be only one blueprint at the end. And it's not only about making interviews with cultural heritage sector. No, there, for example, we plan to make use cases, and what we are preparing is at least one use case in this blueprint will be about cultural heritage and digitalization, reuse of it. So all these like demo projects somehow put then in the future, and how to create seamless tourist experiences, just calling from these different databases, the 3D models or whatever models, whatever data, and so on. For example, we are also part of a consortium in digital data space for media. We were not mentioning. So there are so many sectors where we can reuse this. We are always bringing this application reuse because we believe these 3D models need a second life in this new reality that we are creating. And I give the word
just to stress what you said, long-term vision and how will we use it again. And when we start thinking like that, it's not about that number there that needs to be reached, it's about the effects later on. So, okay, now I stopped my
Let's go
part.
working together, right?
So, I know that in many cases, it's not you personally who are responsible for achieving that number, that KPI. But again, we're not in high school where everybody tries to avoid the responsibility.
I have no idea in the room.
I think everyone can contribute and should contribute somehow. So we really ask you also for think how reaching that goal would help you or your organization. Of course, work differently or work better. To remind you,
So you can use this sheet for just like trying to visualize how your institution, your country could reach the goal.
By the way, there will be no test at the end, so what you write
you
on
shouldn't
the
tell that, just,
what you write stays with you. So,
but there will be. She said that there will be a revision, right, coming. So,
yeah, but it's not going to be
not
us.
No.
Judging, right?
We are the good guys. We want to help you.
Yeah. Okay. I've seen that many of you.
Okay.
Tamara, can you start the? And of course, whenever there's a hard deadline or hard KPI coming or approaching, we should think who will we work with. I mean, as I said, one of us won't reach the goals by himself or by herself. So we need to always work with some others.
Do we have a representative from Ministry of Culture here? That I know one here also. So as you can see, like the main player in these processes, for example, processes Ministry of Culture. How do you see the development here? We already heard you, but would you comment on this or please?
Well, of course, the Minister of Culture is responsible for the policy in this area, and that will sort of guide the cultural heritage institutions.
Do you have a kind of dialogue with other ministries on this topic?
Yes, we have.
For example?
For example, the Ministry of Research and Education, and the Ministry of Finance, currently in charge of the overall digital policies. We have a representative here in the room as well. Yeah.
Thank you. May I ask for Austria?
Our neighbors.
Hi, so from Austria, I think, of course, the Ministries for Culture have a very strong role in setting an example, in setting up their policies, both on state level as well as regional level, to facilitate 3D digitization and digitization in general. Wherever there is a Ministry for Digitization, and we have seen here that that point has been given 3 points approximately, collaborations between ministries are also incredibly important, and wherever it always depends on how states are set up and how governance is set up. Regions and municipalities have a great role to play, but in the end, I think digitization efforts are also very dependent on grassroots ideas and ideas from bottom up, from citizens, from the institutions that are involved with our cultural heritage, to really get it out in the digital space, preserving it, presenting it, and reaching their audience in each member state, but also in Europe and even further in the whole world.
And what would you say in Austria? This dialogue is, do you see it as a good one, or it's like?
In Austria, we have a very strong dialogue in that sector, and especially with EU funding and the Next Generation EU, we are very active in that respect and hope to achieve our targets and also inspire our institutions to gain the skills, hone their skills, and really get on board with digitization efforts.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would comment on this? Okay, we have other questions. Don't worry, everyone will come. Should we move on, right?
Yeah.
Or do we want to comment something here? We see that we have different players in. Okay, we will.
So we were wondering, we said that one of the important things is to have standards set up, because this tells us what are we actually doing and what's the end result. Okay. No, yes.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. So the question I wanted to ask is, what were the standards on 3D that you agreed on before embarking on this project?
You're asking us? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure. Yep.
Once we started, of course, we also had the same situation in Slovenia, and we've, in a way, got together different experts from the industry, from the Ministry of Culture as well, and prepared one of our own. I'm not saying that they're the best ever possible, but in that moment, we needed them, and this is how we prepared them. Throughout the development, what we've seen is that, of course, technology is developing really fast, and the standards, in a way, they're not so high quality anymore. I mean, they're not aiming at high quality. So, of course, now we are updating them regularly. This is an activity done as part of the research and development project that we are running with universities for the state, but they are not official Ministry of Culture standards.
It's a body that was suggesting, because the municipalities or destinations needed something for the procurements, to set some standards, how to choose the.
So looking at the graph, the chart here, would that standard that you agreed on, or the one that you're updating, be useful for others who would like to establish such a standard, or is it something that different countries would need to put together based on their own needs, or what would you see as most appropriate?
We have to have in mind that here we were talking about immovable cultural heritage, so they're biased towards dealing with large buildings. I think that if we work with smaller, much smaller objects, of course, different standards should be set. But I think they're a starting point to start the discussion.
And we believe we need one for Europe, right? Because this would help. Otherwise, we will have a mess. This is what we...
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Oh, I can give you.
Sorry? Yes. Congratulations, first of all. And secondly, I will advise the 47 persons, colleagues, I will say, to download and read carefully the study results. This is what we are doing here. It's amazing. And if we want to keep it, preserve it on a long term, then we have to take care that those who are going to read it, to learn about the past, are able to do that. Setting, let's say, an approach and a goal for 2030, documenting the tangible past of Europe is good. But if we go in this way, mission failed. And the study was fully sponsored. It's under gold open access. Please download it. It will help Slovenia a lot. That's the first one statement. The second one, do you know that UNESCO is now starting to do similar project as Europeana, but for the entire world? We are a part of UNESCO too. So having that in mind, please, let us try to be at least on a worldwide standardized way when we are trying to digitize the past, the memory of our grandfathers. Thank you.
Yep, as I said, Europe and at best the whole world.
It was a tweet from UNESCO following one of our tweets this morning, showing statistically that the EU is leading in this particular area. And if it's all about EU investment for leading so far as knowledge concerned, that's the challenge. And we have to take care now so that standards are in place. We cannot document the past without having a grammar and semantic rules in place. It's impossible, at least to define what identity is. Thank you.
I know it's unpleasant to be the two compared to the rest, but I really want to know about these two that said yes. Ah, okay. One of them.
His voice is for two.
Somebody online?
Okay, so we know.
Yeah, okay. But it would really good to know if there's another country
so
that...
whoever has an idea on that, so please, whatever, just contact us. We are really willing to hear. Let's move on, otherwise we will run out of time.
Okay, and as we were always saying, it's not about the KPI, it's about how are we gonna use and reuse them. We have a question for you. In what fields outside of cultural heritage, so we are now talking about outside of cultural heritage, you think they could be useful? To what extent, actually? And of course, then we will ask you to give us examples where you, in your cases, it was already done, it was already used. We want to hear this. examples.
Anyone? Otherwise, I come to you, so, oh, okay.
So I can't really say anything about 3D models in cultural heritage, but the Austrian aggregator Kulturpool has its most reuse actually in the educational sector, with teachers using the material given and prepared already in their lessons to educate our children.
Okay. Other examples? You wanted to say that we run out of time? Or
no, not at all. Hello.
Yep.
Is this on? Yes?
Yep.
Okay, so the cultural tourism example is one I really like. I grew up in Bruges, historical medieval city in Belgium. And one of the things that I see visited the most in Bruges are these they're huge poles that stand in the center of a square, and it has a 3D glass in it that you can look into and then you can turn around. So it's more of a 360 image. They are the biggest attraction in Bruges. I see lines of people in front of that attraction more than the people that want to visit the belfry and want to go up and down. To me, there's a huge potential to use this. You can really see so they have recreated a medieval scene of this of these squares the way they were in the 12th and 13th centuries. And the fact that they are in the public space, that they take up public space, and people can just discover them without even knowing that they were there or planning for them, that to me is a really great potential for reuse in cultural tourism.
Okay. Anyone else? Because when one hears the example of others, then gets ideas on own.
Maybe a comment on cultural tourism or on tourism and 3D. For those of you who are following the metaverse discussions, whether we like the term or not, I think with metaverse we've seen how countries that were previously not in these discussions or in these developments really made a lot of steps forward. I'm here especially talking about the Gulf countries, in Asia, how all that development, of course, goes there, and they're recreating whole islands in 3D in what they call metaverse. Of course, made out of made-up places, and I think here is where Europe can, in a way, be in front of them, because once we have these 3D models, we could make a metaverse that is not imaginary space with imaginary characters, but it's a place that is actually a replica of the real world. Because I don't want to live in a world where we will be putting on glasses and virtual living in a world that is not the actual world as the one outside, and especially if thinking of the climate change and so on, that would be an escape from the real world. So, yeah.
So we want the other way around. So, for example, taking 3D models, not one of the projects is combining with satellite images, that we really get digital twins of this and how they are changing in time. And if you want to create a game, make it like real. Okay, so interesting, but real, getting real data and so on. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Otherwise,
yeah, maybe just a comment on the construction works. I think before what Marco from Inception was pointing out, this is really how these two fields that are maybe not the most natural partners, or let's say, or not, at least not seen like that, how they can work together, right? Okay, and the question, as we already mentioned in the morning, where all of that data will be stored. This is the final question, because if it's not stored, or if it's stored on a USB stick in a drawer, then if I talk to my technical colleagues at our company, it's not stored at all.
So we saw great pictures from Europeana, the role of Europeana. So what do you think? Where
Tamara,
will this free data?
Start it? Perfect, thank you.
Here you just write like what you think. It's a word cloud.
It's showing the wrong question in the... Okay.
Okay, now it's coming.
Okay. Someone was serious.
Anyone wants to comment on that? Mateusz wants, I know, but yeah, please.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point that came up at a conference 2 weeks ago, and also we were speaking a bit after dinner about it, and that is the file formats that we're using today, with the raw files and 3D files. If in 50 years somebody would like to open this data, how will they be able to open it? So one idea is, I don't remember who suggested it a couple weeks ago, but to store disk images of our computers today that someone could go in and operate later. But then it's a question of software licensing, etc., for those companies to make it available that we can store a disk image and actually operate our files in the future.
Also connecting to that, what do we store? Is it just the final 3D model, or it's all the images, the thousands of images before the 3D model was made?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If you're doing laser scan, all you have is the raw scan. But for photogrammetry, I mean, I started photogrammetry 13 years ago, and we were like, we have to store the data because in 10 years we'll have even better software algorithms to process. And obviously it came true. So, I mean, in another 10 years we'll have even better algorithms. So might as well store those.
Here the discussion is also like we were in Hack, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I think, where like all data spaces sectors met, and it was the question was where to put the focus, on storing or on reuse, you know, so that we go away from thinking about storing, because 80% of data are not reused. So we are saving, storing, but not reuse. So how to actually think of scenarios, how to reuse the data, and then make the solution where to store. Yeah, this is not the solution. It's just how to discussions that are running about. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And super interesting what Mike was saying. I do agree that reworking data in the next future can allow us to create even more accurate 3D model. And for sure, I think that data storing is the most important question, and is strictly related with the reuse. There are a lot of local storage or no storage, let's call it even in that way, that could become available if we define which are the reuse scenarios, also in terms of licenses and way to use them. And at the same time, I think we should reflect on the topic of the data sovereignty, because most of the time, if an institution owns their own data, I see that Sketchfab is among the options, but if we are delivering our data to Sketchfab, we are not keeping them and we are not preserving them. So, but even for institutions, it's quite difficult to set up a data storage on their own. So thinking about infrastructure that could help us all to store data is of utmost importance, I think.
Maybe one comment on that, as in your personal lives, I think everyone should distinguish between a storage place and a communication channel. So I also post photos of myself and what I do on social media, but I don't regard this as a storage space. I have them stored somewhere else. So I'm not against using these social media platforms, but they're not a storage place. Yeah.
Yep.
One thing that comes to mind is that cultural heritage institutions should be probably the most suited organizations of all to approach the long-term storage of data, just bringing on the general idea of storing collections for eternity. And I mean, it's still the same idea, it's just a different way of doing it, but it takes into consideration a lot of new things to for example, storing images. We have the first digitized objects are now 40 years old. I have a few of those computers at home, and they are readily available for emulation, etc. I think there will be less interested people in emulating Windows 11 computers from the 2022 than Commodore 64, for example. But still, there are those things to be taken into consideration. I think museums and cultural heritage institutions are really readily suited for that, to be in the forefront of those questions.
May I ask one question, because we are coming to the conclusion? What would you say for you when you go out now would be the first 3 steps that you, like in your position, would take now to help these things?
So for me,
yeah.
I wrote down, I take my note here. First of all, I think that we need to work with setting the clear goal. I think you had a great vision, and that was obvious, and it was also inclusive. Not just what we are doing, but we are doing. So that's one thing we need to work on. And also putting into the concept of preservation and the perspective of eternity into digitization, because I think that will help the institutions to form the right mindset. So I think those two are interlinked, and I don't know exactly how to approach them, but that will be my food for thought.
Okay, thank you. You wanted to add something?
Of course. Sorry. I will say first thing is to skill the multidisciplinary society, users, why it is so important to take care of the 3D digitization of the past, so that they can do it correct when it comes. Secondly, we have to distinguish between a digital twin or a memory twin. And that's not so easy in this digital century, and the time of the digital transformation, setting big targets as the recommendation with the goal of 2030, as you presented earlier. And the third one, we have to take care to collaborate with UNESCO. Please, European Commission, I do know that UNESCO is sitting with us on the same round table. We have to sit together, and as European Union, we have to take care to help and support UNESCO. UNESCO is on our ground, it's in Paris, it's not so far away from Brussels. So that once when this Europe data space will be really created and run, or the European cloud, on cultural heritage, to be a unified and so well running. It's going to be very bad for the European Union if and in case we have 2 systems running from 27 member states, EU, which are at the same time members of the UNESCO, and there is not a full compatibility with that, what is going to run under UNESCO in the dive into heritage project. It's extremely important. And as a good advice, please contact your UNESCO National Committee. This is what you do for Europeana. You can give it also to UNESCO. It's nice. And try to do that in the same way, so that there is a compatibility there, yeah? And congratulations, Susan, once again.
Thank you. Well, we are in contact, but I have to say that the innovation was not so going so fast there, right? Or maybe, that's the, Any other comments? I will come back to you anyway, so if anyone, because I wanted just maybe a closing remark on 3 next steps. This was for you, like after this discussion, it's nothing new for you, but maybe just now, today.
It's true that, if I have the hat of of my unit in the commission, then it's different next 3 steps that we can do, because it's for us, because it's about coordinating this. And first of all, I would like to thank you very much for this, because it helps the goals, everyone's goals a lot, I think, and it can be followed up for sure. Next 3 steps, well, to take home, let's say, is the standards. How do we proceed with that? The storage, also, how do we proceed with that? And of course, collaboration. How do we facilitate the continuation of these exchanges? And maybe, taking a practical and pragmatic approach with concrete goals. I would not say targets, because it can confuse. But yes, concrete goals and next steps in the different organizations. That's what.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then Mateusz. One more? No. Okay.
We have 3 more minutes.
I want, if you want.
This is almost the last slide. Is it?
Yeah, I wanted, if you want to make some final, yes, or concluding words. I have mine. So
we have quite a lot of things to do in Slovenia as well. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we have a lot of things to do in Slovenia. Anyway, what we wanted, we hope that we showed you the way, one of the ways that you can deal with this, that you have the idea a little bit clear what 3D models is, and that how these things work in reality, that you got the inspiration that we are not doing 3D models, we are doing a new reality, building a new reality. We can make Pokemons, or we can take these roots, our history, and bringing to this reality for us, for our children. Yeah, this is like my mission, because this is the reality where we will, and our next generation are going to live in. And this is now this part of development. If we do it now, we will do it. Otherwise, these things we see with wars and whatever just get destroyed. And the other world invented by some figures is growing so fast that we will never catch this development. So now is the last second, really to jump on this train and bring this, I said, this reality, this new metaverse, whatever.
And as we also had the experience in Slovenia, before we started, we didn't have all the answers, and I think it was good that we didn't wait for all the answers. We started. And on the way, we were, of course, developing solutions.
It's cold, you swim.
Yeah.
It's
and I think in many of your cases, it should be similar. And we are here, of course, to help.
So one good thing is that whatever you need, you have our contacts. You can contact us, you can call us, also just to share your frustrations. It's okay, it's part of the process. And also for other advices. So thank you for your attention, and have a nice day.
You can put it down there. Thank you so much, Urška and Mateusz. It's nice to know where we can have a shoulder to cry on if needed. I'm sure we all need that at one point. And thanks to everyone for being so engaged, for answering questions, for being part of the Mentimeter. I also see, Urška and Mateusz, there's been a lot of interaction online. We're going to save the chat, so all of the impressions that people had and notes that people have taken, you'll be able to look at as well. People have shared how they have done 3D digitization, their own projects, so we've got a lot of engagement on Zoom as well. So, and thank you online for that too. I can't believe we're slowly getting towards the end of today already. We have, of course, some very interesting guests to look at next. This is mostly a short online part where we have a few people doing some quick 5-minute presentations, after which we'll have a panel discussion. So all of the questions that come up in your head during the next 3 presentations, keep them, and then we can ask those questions during the panel. We're going to start that panel with Kate Fernie. Kate Fernie is Operations Manager at Carrare. You're up on screen, Kate, so nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Kate has led the Europeana Network Association's 3D Content Task Force, where she helped develop guidelines for 3D content ingestion into Europeana. So she's also very knowledgeable about this, especially in her work with Carrare. Kate, the floor is yours to talk about 3D in archaeology practice.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the conference today. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in Stockholm. And can I see my slides? I wanted to begin by saying that in practice, in professional field archaeology and recording historic buildings and in architecture in particular, the use of these types of digital technologies that we've actually heard so elegantly described by colleagues from Artur and others this morning are becoming increasingly common. What we're facing with the European Commission's digitisation challenge is a question of scale. Thanks. We're talking about very large numbers of monuments which are at risk of all different types of climate pressures, of threats from development, of degradation by standard environmental conditions. So we're talking about lots of monuments, lots of data, lots of people. And we spoke a little bit about issues around best practices and standards. There's a need for the network to make connections, to share experiences. And so I wanted to introduce Carrare, if I could have my next slide. So Carrare has a special focus on archaeology and historic buildings. We're a non-profit membership association, and our members include a lot of the heritage agencies who are actually going out and doing digitisation in 3D of monuments which are nationally and internationally important or identified for protection. So we set ourselves up with a mission of advancing professional practice and fostering appreciation of the digital archaeological and architectural heritage. That's quite a challenge, actually, but one which we're embracing. We're currently partners in several different projects which have strands around capacity building. And if I could have the next slide. These include the European Common Data Space, 4CH, the Competence Centre for Conservation, Preservation and Valorisation of the Immovable Cultural Heritage, 5D Culture and Tech for Heritage. So within those various projects, we can see activities around workshops on 3D data curation and virtual reality, training schools on the recording the archaeological heritage in 3D, educational workshops focusing on primary and secondary school students. We're also delivering a regular series of webinars around connecting archaeology and looking at the need for guidelines and video tutorials. On this slide, you can see a snapshot of a recent digitisation workshop which took place in Iraq. The students were lucky enough to go to Babylon and to learn practical techniques in doing 3D digitisation using both the high-end technologies and also smaller, easier to access technologies using mobile phones and other types of photogrammetry techniques. But what we had was a structured program, a 5-day workshop where these students could get started in 3D digitisation, and then they will be going out across that region of Iraq, digitising monuments, capturing 3D models and sharing that content both with the Ministry of Antiquities and also eventually, we hope, with Europeana. So you will see that content. So I wanted to highlight this as an example of one of the ways of scaling up digitisation activities within a country where its heritage is under severe risk, both from climate change and also from terrorist threats. So I think if we can do it in Iraq, we can do it elsewhere in Europe. And that's just got one final slide, I think. So that's my intro to the following panel session. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, I'd love to talk to you more.
Lovely.
Thanks
Kate.
very much.
Thank you so much. And we'll come back to this during the panel, but first we'll move on to Nicolo Dell'Unto, who will be talking about 3D data reuse and deep interaction to support archaeological practice. Nicolo is a professor of digital archaeology at the Department of Archaeology and Ancient History at Lund University. You're up on screen, Nicolo. The floor is all yours. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry not being here. It's a great pleasure to be part of this very interesting discussion. So yes, I work at Lund University and I coordinate the activities of the Lund University Digital Archaeology Laboratory, the Dark Lab. And Dark Lab is a national infrastructure's focus on 3D visualization and spatial analysis. One of the laboratory main goal is to identify new methodologies or new methods of investigation by combining new, basically digital methods, tools. The lab hosts several PhD students, postdocs, and various research projects, all focused on 3D visualization and spatial analysis. Please, the next slide. So Dark Lab is fully involved in higher education, supporting several international master courses on 3D recording and visualization of archaeological sites and materials. We also organize seminars, we share educational materials, and we are part of the Swedish National Infrastructure for Digital Archaeology, SvediGARK. Next slide. Thanks. So we believe that 3D models are not really an end product, but rather a means of identifying new investigation practices. So simply sharing 3D models will not have a fundamental impact on cultural heritage. However, exploring the revolutionary practice that focus on the use of 3D models will create a bottom-up need to use such data. So rather than formats and new platforms, I believe that effort must be made to identify new practices. The next slide, please. So the limitation of digital collections as they've been conceived so far became apparent during the pandemic, when these platforms were suddenly no longer just reference sources, but the only sources available for conducting research. So this situation underlined the urgent need to explore strategy for defining digital collection as a primary research tool and for fully supporting scholars working in the digital space. So for this reason, we have spent the last 2 years experimenting with new forms of digital interactions to map the impact of 3D collection on higher education and archaeological practice. Our research has highlighted the urgent need to understand how these data change and enhance our perception of the past, directly affecting our interpretation. So we need to learn how to engage with this data. We need to not just to emulate old style collection in the digital world, but we need to really transform those in tools that can allow us to reuse this data properly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nico. Thanks again, Nicolo. Our penultimate lightning talk is by Antonella Fresa. Antonella Fresa is the Director of Design and Implementation at the Promoter Digital Art Gallery, and she is the Vice President of the Photo Consortium Association. She'll be talking to us about Eureka 3D, a project I'm a big fan of. So Antonella, I'm looking forward to your talk. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and very nice to be with you online. Sorry to be not in presence. It will be for the next time. So you can move to the first slide. In my presentation, I'm trying to tell you that Eureka 3D is a project that is providing some answers to the questions that have been posed until now during the conference today. Where do we store? It was a question from Mike. We need the highest possibility of quality, and this was a comment from Caterina. The cost of storage and preservation is on Sketchfab, which is a private company, not even European. This was a comment from Jill. And the storage is not the same as a communication platform, in the latest comment from Matteus. Well, in Eureka 3D, we are addressing these aspects because on the one side, we acknowledge that not all the cultural heritage institutions have in-house expertise. This means not only to be facilitated with an approach similar to the Museum of Hunt that we heard today, but also to have access to the storage and preservation infrastructure. The infrastructure, because the infrastructure in particular of small museums is not ready to host 3D models. There is a variety of content with the complexity of information that needs to be tackled. And this variety of contents with the paradata and metadata needs to be standardized. We had similar experiences with archives and PDF and TIFF, and there is a rather successful project named Preforma that was financed in FP7 by the European Commission about the preservation of PDF and TIFF. Now we need to act towards preservation of 3D contents. But the first step for preservation is to agree on formats that needs to be open, as much open as possible. Next, please. And what can we rely on? On the recommendation from the Commission we heard today, on the work of Europeana, that is a partner in Eureka 3D, in Europeana on the revision of the data model, the Europeana data model, on the study, the VG study that was described by Marinos today. And the DGA study is on the foundation of Eureka 3D. And the Cyprus University of Technology is a partner in Eureka 3D. But there is another element in Eureka 3D that is appearing as an actor in the scenario, that are the e-infrastructures, the providers of storage and computing, because storage and computing is needed, and we wanted to have a storage and computing provided by European players. For this reason, in Eureka 3D, we have the EGI Foundation, the European Grid Initiative, funded by the European Commission to run the Federation of Cloud Providers in Europe and the operator of the EOSC platform, the European Open Science Consortium, where all the services developed in Eureka 3D will be registered. Next, please. The project has just started. We started on the 1st of January 2023 and will run for 2 years. It is coordinated by Photo Consortium, that is one of the accredited aggregators of Europeana. We will run capacity building activities. There is a website where you can see our activities and you can get in contact with the consortium partners. The next event will be in Rome on the 6th of June, hosted by the Swiss Institute, that is one of the University of Basel in Switzerland is one of the members of Photo Consortium, and for this reason we enjoy the hosting of the Swiss Institute in Rome. And we run a pilot. We run a pilot with different content providers at different stages of experience on 3D, from the most experienced, Cyprus University of Technology, to the less experienced, the Museum of Paper with the golden molds from paper molds from the 1700 in Pescia, who has no experience on 3D digitization, to archaeological site that is the Bibract Archaeological Research Center in Morvan in France, that has done a big campaign for digitizing their 3D excavations, but they are not yet present in Europeana. So different levels of experience, among which also the municipality of the archive of the municipality of Girona, that was a partner in WIV, digitized photography in 3D. What does it mean? Digitization of daguerreotypes with a lot of technical problems to be solved about reflection.
Antonella,
finished. Next.
There we go.
Next. Yes.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
You have too fast. In the next slide, you have our content.
Great. Thank you so much, Antonella. And sorry for having to cut you off there. Our last lightning talk before we open the panel is by Boudewijn Koopmans. Boudewijn has been project manager for the Amsterdam Time Machine since 2022. He'll be talking to us about the 4D Research Lab. Boudewijn, yes, we can see you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I'm great to be with you, be it online. So, dear visitors of this beautiful conference of Europeana, my name is Boudewijn, project manager of the Amsterdam Time Machine, a research project of the University of Amsterdam. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you why 3D matters to us. Next slide, please. Well, the journey of the time machine, you will have heard of, started back in 2013 with the Venice time machine. And nowadays, the time machine comprises more than 600 organizations from 40 countries. And Europeana is, of course, one of the foremost members. And it's the aim of the time machine to add new dimensions to the past. And we want people to be able to access the history of their city, their region, their family through connecting digital sources, and add a layer of 3D representation. And this is what we call 5D. Time is a fourth dimension and big data as fifth. Next slide, please. Yeah, the city of Amsterdam is, where I'm based, will soon celebrate its 750 years of existence. And we want to combine all these data sources you see at the bottom in one big data hub and, make applications on these data for use in tourism, education, research, etc. And VR tools using 3D models will be very helpful to really immerse people within the data we are going to show them. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can click. Well, what we have with 3D, I will show you four fields, or four ways how we pursue the challenge of reconstructing 750 years of Amsterdam history in 3D. Next slide, please. Yeah, at the University of Amsterdam, I'm part of a lab where we look into the creative industries of the past. And we have, for example, a large database called Cinema Contexts, an online encyclopedia and a research tool on Dutch cinema. And the research group of Professor Julia Noordegraaf wanted to reconstruct cinemas that no longer exist. Well, that's one of the things you can see here. Next slide, please, because we want to look inside. You can click one more time and see Modern Times by Charlie Chaplin from 1936 on your screen. A film that was screened in this cinema. We only miss the rumor of the people and maybe the smell. So next slide, please. We have also a lot of students here at the university. A small chunk yet is using digital methods. For example, the software tool Blender. This is a result of a master course called the Digital City, in which the students have reconstructed parts of the Jewish Quarter. So it would be nice to see how we can scale up this type of work. Next slide, please. We have also been using Blender in an exhibition at the Architectural Center of Amsterdam. That was all about the relationship between the city, how we managed to keep our feet dry, at least most of the time. We were able, the digital twin of Amsterdam, 3D Amsterdam, to combine it with some historical archival sources. And we were combining Blender and the work of the University of Jena with their photogrammetry tool to show buildings that were demolished. Next slide, please. Well, third source of 3D models is work that has been done, or is being done by, well, amateurs in the literal sense of the word, people that love their history, their region. And here you can see some famous Amsterdam buildings like the Royal Palace, the Hendrik de Keyser Stock Exchange, and parts of, again, the Jewish Quarter. And on the next slide, please, I will show you how we combine things. Yeah, you can just click 4 times, then we have the text. What we're trying to do is use the visualizations, the 4D Research Lab my colleagues have made in 2020. This is in a neighborhood that doesn't exist anymore, but what we try to do is to relive this neighborhood and combine archival sources from various archives, as you can see on the next slide, please. So we use house cards, market cards, Wikidata, diaries, collection of the Jewish Museum to really get back to this period and combine it with 3D. Next slide, please. So here you can see this visualization again, and every house you see here is connected to plots with a geolocation. And this way we will be able to use an individual house as a portal to the archival sources I just showed you. But as this project was one of the biggest challenges of the 4D lab so far, we are also looking into faster ways of visualizing the past, which I'll show you on the next slide. My colleague Chiara Piccoli already tested the City Engine software on 16th century Amsterdam, which you can see here. And now we will be applying this technique to streets in the Jewish Quarter that have not been visualized so far. So it gives us a grayscale model that can be detailed by other people in the near future. Again, another piece in the big jigsaw puzzle the history of Amsterdam is. Next and last slide, please. Well, a little bit about a roadmap, but we can talk about it later on. With our infrastructure, we'll be able to build applications and 3D. Well, 3D models are both important data sources and a way to really immerse the public in our shared histories. So, thank you so much.
Great, thank you. I'm glad that my menacing presence when I stand up makes people stop. So thank you so much. We can go to the panel discussion now. I hope you have a bunch of questions. I know that I am brimming with questions. Sadly, I'm mostly not the one that will be able to ask them. So Valentin, thank you for joining me on stage. And let's make this into a hybrid online/physical panel for the next half hour or so. Valentin, I'll invite you to start this panel off.
I feel like now I'm the one missing out because they are having a party over there online and I'm alone here. Yeah, is this? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, so in this panel, the idea was to explore a bit, to talk a bit more about the needs in terms of capacity building around 3D. So the first question I have for our panelists is, yeah, based on your experience, what are the most important aspects in building capacity around 3D? So maybe Kate, do you want to share with us your remarks on this question?
Well, I was planning to focus on the people because we have a situation where we want to build the capacity up, we want to have a sustainable approach. So we need a kind of common framework for people's practice in how they create and manage and store 3D data. So that it's going to be around for a while. I mean, I've been working with 3D for kind of 20 years now. This is quite a long time for a fast-moving industry where we see very rapid developments in software. We see end products which kind of appear and disappear. What we need is longevity because we have if we want to use this data for conservation reasons, we need to be able to go back and look at the condition of a building when it was captured 20 years ago, and then again 20 years into the future. So we need to have a good framework of understanding, and that means a good framework in terms of skilling people up so that they're creating things in a way which makes it possible to store the data, possible for someone else to come along and reuse it. And I'd say these are my major concerns, is establishing that kind of common framework for education around 3D.
So bridging on this idea of scaling up and get people up to speed. So Antonella, when it comes to cultural heritage institution, what do you think are the most crucial aspect of capacity building we need to develop around 3D?
Well, I think first of all that often when we think about the capacity building, we refer to knowledge, to education, but I'm convinced that there is another level of capacity that it needs urgently to be addressed, in particular for 3D content, 3D cultural heritage. That is the infrastructure level. Because without a shared infrastructure where also the small institutions can deliver their data, everything that we discuss is not scalable. So infrastructure as well as education and knowledge. And then there is a third level where Europeana is helping a lot, that is to share good practices, lessons learned, to meet with the people, to have an agora of dialogue. So I think that the capacity should be articulated on these three levels with an harmonization of the three levels without one being the first and the other neglected. And now I think that the most of the attention should be on the e-infrastructure level, where, by the way, the long-term digital preservation needs to be addressed, because long-term digital preservation needs infrastructure where this preservation is taking place.
Thank you, Antonella. So maybe now, Boudewijn, if you could reflect. So you are working with students that are learning about how to develop, to use 3D as an approach for their research, and on the other hand, you are working on materials that are historical, let's say. So, what are the key aspects for you?
About capacity building, I think we will have to look for capacity building within our own institutions, within our partner institutions, the GLAMs. But we might also look into working more closely together with the digital twins. And there was a question in the previous session, and I think this gentleman talked about the difference between the digital twin and the heritage twin. And I think that's a good observation, because digital twin is very focused on hard data, and we want to add, of course, from the humanities aspect also, let's say, the softer, salient data. So if we can use a little bit the money and the time and the efforts are putting into digital twin, and let them, let's say, work together with us, then we can really scale up our own work as well.
And lastly, Nicolo, since I grasped from your presentation that what you want is really also for 3D to become a new source for research. So I was wondering, if you, based also on this distinction, digital twin, if you have something to complement this.
Yeah, well, concerning the digital twin, in archaeology is not applicable, simply because we don't have sufficient information for recreating what would be, we work very well in other subjects, probably modern architecture or things, but I agree with Marinus when he actually mentioned the fact it's more a memories twin in a sense, so it's only partial. When it's about building capacity, this means a very broad set of definitions, as Antonella was saying before. In my opinion, there is a huge gap between what 3D visualization offers and actually our capacity to get this offer. And this is what Kate was saying. It's very interesting. I mean, it's changed a lot in 20 years, but in the last year, it's been very, very rapid. So I believe very much in bottom-up approaches. So I believe we must empower the users with tools to engage and experiment with 3D models. So actually simply rotating a qualitative 3D model is not enough. So we really need to, let this offer or possibilities get more into the different users.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on a bit. So I have a second questions for you. So today we had a lot of discussion where we have seen that the resource we put in doing 3D digitization also have an impact on the quality of the 3D you will obtain, and possibly how it's going to be reused and the impact on reuse. So it seems there is an interesting balance between how much effort you should spend, and by effort I mean time, but also money, in creating the 3D model, and also the quality you will obtain. So for the panelists, how do you think we can achieve a good balance so that we can also accelerate our effort without hitting a wall trying to achieve the best of the best, but also maybe using a bit too much resources? So Nicolo, do you have an idea on this? You're muted. Yeah.
Sorry. So quality, I believe, is a property that goes very much beyond the technical aspect of a digital object. I think we achieve quality and then increase reuse when our digital objects function as boundary objects, meaning when they're capable of embedding or incorporating different meanings in different words. And here I'm referring very much to Starr and Green's seminal article about objects in museums. So I think it's very important. The definition of quality must be embraced in a much broader way. It's not just the technical characteristic of a model, which, I don't think it's enough.
I see Kate smiling. So, Kate, do you want to go on this question?
There are so many aspects of quality, but yes, the technical quality is not enough. I mean, obviously, there are many aspects in terms of making connections between your 3D representation and what else is known about that object, whether it's a verbal account, a living person, or a documentary source. So there are a lot of aspects of capturing the tangible and intangible aspects of any given monument or cultural heritage object. And also there's the other dimension about quality, and I think Rohanna began this morning by saying that, you know, sometimes you have to do what you can. There are a lot of time pressures and limitations around what is possible to digitize. You know, if you have access to a site which is almost impossible to get to, and you only happen to have your mobile phone with you, then that is going to be the best quality you can get at that particular moment, because it could be that there's, you know, a storm brewing and you can never get back to that monument. We've seen situations in Ukraine where there's devastation that happens almost overnight. So you can't always plan to do very highly detailed, or to have the luxury of 2 weeks access to get the best metrical quality to your record. You have to balance things out.
Antonella, so in your work around the Eureka 3D and the building of the infrastructure to support cultural heritage institution in doing more 3D, so what are the considerations you are making in indeed achieving this good balance between the amount of efforts you are going to invest and also what you will achieve at the end?
I guess that this is a crucial question, a very crucial point, because we need to accelerate, but we need also to have the highest possible quality, as it was mentioned by Caterina. But we also have to take into account the purpose, the scope of what we are digitizing. So there is an intricate set of reasoning that should bring to a decision. And so this is complicated. I don't think that there is a unique answer. I want to mention something that happened in the 90s in Italy, even the 80s. Digitization. We need to digitize our cultural heritage. And the Italian Ministry of Culture at the time did a big investment, a huge investment never seen in culture, to take pictures of cultural objects. You know, it was the early of what now we conceive as digitization. So it was just to take pictures. Well, this big campaign was done in low resolution, black and white. Wasted. Waste of money and waste of resources and waste of everything that was done. So the problem of looking ahead in terms of quality is fundamental, because if we accelerate only to do 3D today with what we know in order to be as fast as possible, we risk to waste our resources. But at the same time, there is another question that is key. What to digitize? Are we going to digitize everything? Or there is, because of the cost that is involved in 3D digitization, there is the need for a reflection on what to digitize. We read and we heard today in the summary of the recommendation that the places that are most visited needs to be digitized. Is this really the way to go ahead? We are not certain.
Thank you. A lot of things to reflect on. Then to close Boudewijn, so for you, yeah, this balance between effort and quality is probably something you have to address in as part of the work with your students. So what are the criteria you are looking at?
Well, if we regard a 3D model as work in progress, let's say as a result of a process, then it will be ongoing. So what we at the 4D lab are looking into, and other researchers too, is a standardized way of visualizing what you do and do not know yet. So in fact, you could look at a color scheme or use of indications to show how certain you are of things, and if you do so, you can work towards whatever definition of quality, but you can move forward with the models you are working on in a community.
Thank you. So yeah, I can see that Katerina would like to say something. So we are going to move soon to the Q&A, so that there is a bit of time for also taking questions from the floor. So I will just ask for you to in a very in 30 seconds to kind of maybe tell me a highlight of this discussion within this panel, or something you have heard today. What has really struck your mind? So Boudewijn, go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lady from the public talked about these 3 aspects: standards, storage, and cooperation. And I think I fully agree. We have to be working together within our network, together with Europeana on shared standards, share practices, and showcase what we're doing.
Yeah. Kate, on your side?
I don't think I'm ready to answer you, Valentine. I mean, I wanted to emphasize the importance of documentation, really, and it's not something I've heard anyone say today, but we've spoken a bit about standards, but one of the issues that we always have with 3D is lack of good metadata and provenance data and documentation for that content. And it's all very well capturing 3D, but you can't reuse it without documentation. So one of the challenges for the future actually is maybe being a bit smarter in terms of using the technology to actually have an integrated workflow for capturing documentation around 3D content as it's generated and processed and versioned.
Thank you.
Which is nothing that's mentioned today, so I'm sorry for that.
Nicolo, in 30 seconds, really quick.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I agree with all your previous statement, and I also think that we need to socialize more with these new media. In practical terms, and from the perspective of higher education and research, I think we need to include more and more 3D model in our current teaching and research. So we need to be getting used to this and use this in our everyday activities in cultural heritage.
Yep. And finally, Antonella, also very quick.
I guess that our next challenge is to have access to the digital cultural heritage as a continuum of experiences and contents, without gaps and interruptions and jumps from one place to another, a continuum of experience in the digital world for cultural heritage as we have in the physical world.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, let's move to maybe how much time we have for some.
We have about 5 minutes for questions, so maybe let's have some questions in the room if there are any fiery questions that you really want to ask now. Katerina, no longer, or?
Yeah, the mic. Yeah.
So actually, it's a comment. First of all, I think today's event has been very inspiring, and for me as well, I've learned a lot of things. The comment was, I want everybody to live with, without maybe some doubts about what those targets in the recommendation are. So I think, as I said, there are the digitization targets, and then there's the targets for content on the data space and on Europeana. And as regards the digitization target, we ask member states to set those goals in their digitization, digital preservation strategies after reflecting on what they consider important to digitize in terms of cultural heritage risk and in terms of most visited monuments and sites, and also the under-digitized domains as well. So it doesn't, if a member state decide that at this stage they consider, like, I don't know, 50 monuments or sites at risk, and they set this as their goal for the strategy, then the percentage of 100% or 50% applies to that. And the same for the most visited monuments and sites that the member states consider important to digitize in 3D, not only for preservation purposes, but also to increase engagement and reuse in other cases, as we discussed. So again, it is up to the strategy at the member states level or even at the institutions level. So it's up to them to set that goal. And then the percentages for the targets applied to the goals chosen by the member state and or the organization. So I hope this is clear. I tried to make that, maybe I did not make that clear enough in my presentation, but I think it's important to clarify. So thanks very much for that.
Thanks, I think that's a very good clarification.
May you explain the reasoning for looking for the most visited places? Because this is not fully understood by the people I have been in contact with.
Yes, so the most visited places also are those that are also of most interest for visitors, and we expect, well, A is the concerns for deterioration, but also we expect that this will be of most interested for use or for engagement. I don't know if that answers your question. Was that the question?
Yes, and you answered. There is a double reply.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Deterioration and relevance.
Thank you, Antonella. Anyone else from the panel who wants to pick in on this? Shall we move on? We have another question that we'll go to instead. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, Mike here again. I have a question for anyone on the panel or in the crowd. They're talking about quality in 3D data capture. Do you think that you should have minimum requirements for accuracy and resolution in this data capture? For example, is it like 1 millimeter or better, or in terms of if you're specifying, okay, everyone needs to capture data of this accuracy or resolution? Is that really, I mean, a laser scanner has a, it's difficult to force people to do it, but I think it's maybe an important aspect of these strategies.
Thank you, Mike. So the question was, is there a minimum standard for quality that you think is important? Nicolo?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think so. I don't think it's actually something that you can ask, because the fact is that it depends very much which kind of instruments, which kind of situations, and many things. The question is, rather than having a quality in resolution, it is probably, as Kate was pointing out before, having a quality of documentation of the data you have. For example, before Antonella was mentioning the fact that there's been a lot of digitization campaign in the past. This is true, and in that case was a negative experience. But technically speaking, what actually has been acquired 5 years ago with laser scanning, today, according to this requirement you're opposing, will be unacceptable. The reality is that those data are actually very useful because eventually they do not exist any longer, or has actually been acquired by people which had put extra careful in highlighting specific aspects that today eventually for conservation issue everything is no longer possible. So I think, in research, talking from a research perspective, there is the paradata part, which is as far as actually you inform the users what are the limits and the potential of your data set, you are on the same side. Actually, if you have a super high resolution 3D model, which doesn't possess any information about how it's been created and everything, this cannot be used at any possible way. No researcher will use it because you need to know how it was created, how it was processed, and everything. So I would say, rather than requirements on the resolution or the minimum requirement, I would say there should be a requirement on informing the users on what are the limits and potential of the model you are posting or you are making available with metadata and paradata. That was my perspective.
Great, thank you, Nicolo. If there is one other reaction from the panel, or if not, I will close it now. Let's give our 4 panelists a hand. Thank you so much. I'm very happy that we were able to make this phygital, which is a word I don't really like, but physical and digital panel a success, thanks for the questions from the room, and there were questions online that we wouldn't be able to get to as well, but I'm sure that the online panelists will be able to answer in chat. So we're getting to the last 15 minutes of today. It's been quite a day. I wrote down a lot of stuff, most of which I can't read myself anymore, and luckily the last word is not for me. I do kind of want to just highlight a few things that I heard throughout the day that I think really speak to maybe this answer of why 3D is important, but even the steps beyond, even now that we know that 3D is something we want to focus on, how to move forward with this, how to work on capacity building, how to start to meet these targets. And those targets are ambitious, but I love Mateusz's point about that it's not about the KPIs, it's about the vision behind it. And I did want to reiterate that. We saw a lot of challenges in the reuse cases. There's disappearing heritage, there's war, there's needs for funding, there's the green transition that we need to in some way reconcile with our want for more data, more reuse, and big data. From those big issues to issues that might look smaller but are also very important, like which file formats do we want to work with, how do we make this accessible even in the future when our own operating systems are 10 times more different than what we have today. But there's also a lot of opportunities with these challenges. We can be more inclusive and diverse. We can not only focus on reuse, but also on preservation. These are two very different forms that we need to look at, but we can look at them at the same time. We can use all of this for education, for research, for tourism, for all of the other data spaces that will be connected to the European cultural heritage data space. But we should, in the end, focus on digitization with a reuse case in mind, and not only digitization for the sake of digitization. We need to do this by collaborating, by establishing shared standards, shared metadata formats. We need to collaborate with other organizations like UNESCO, like other organizations. And that for me is the kind of, in a nutshell, what I take away from today. But please don't take my word for it. I would love to leave the floor to Eva and Harry for your final thoughts, after which we will look forward to the future and the next presidency event as well. Eva and Harry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The microphone is a bit runaway. Anyway, thank you very much for this conference. And I would like to start by thanking the National Heritage Board and the Swedish Museum of World Culture that's made it happen. I would like to highlight really all the networks that has been on we've seen it here, because the journey has just begun. And if we are going to collaborate, there is a lot of information to get there. In addition to those we've heard about, we also have the Europeana Network Association, of course, which is also a good source for information and experiences from others. And from Sweden's point of view, I'd like to see quite a lot more Swedes engaged in that. Yeah. So thank you very much from me. I'll leave it to you, Harry. Yeah.
Yes, this is wrong. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for all the support you've given us and the ministry in general. I think this was a very fruitful collaboration. I agree with Jolan, this was an incredibly rich day, also for me, to learn about all these different aspects. So that's fantastic, thank you. And the Heritage Board, of course, and the Museum of Ethnography and World Culture is fantastic. Thank you for hosting us. I'd like to have an applause for that. Yeah. I also like to thank all of our speakers. They were fantastic. And the audience, also the people online, of course, you've been very patient with us when we had our fika coffee breaks. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here in the room. I'd like to, indeed, like you, end with a couple of notes. You can join the Europeana Network Association. You'll be joining a group of 4,000 professionals like us who are interested in the same kinds of subjects. So go to pro.europeana.eu, especially if you're from Sweden. Eva, we've got a new target here, I think. Yeah? Very good. So maybe some final remarks. I really liked the very practical approach we've been given by Wiska and Mateusz, and that stuck with me. Sort of, what are the three things? What are the three things we can start with? And for me, I always like the mantra of, when we talk about topics like this, think big, start small, and act now. So the think big was the inspiration we've got from many people and many speakers. Marinos, you were the first who brought a 3D digital object into Europeana, and you are the most digitized, the most redigitized object in Europeana. Every 5 years, you said, you need to redigitize that. And I think that's also a lesson that we can learn. The think big is also for me that 3D is really relevant, also for people who are in the 2D world mostly, libraries and archives, because if we stretch our imagination a bit beyond the today and tomorrow, what are the kinds of platforms that we want to be visible and in and operating on in the next 5 to 10 years, right? So those targets that we've heard about in 2030, we need to imagine that completely new ways of interacting with digital cultural heritage will be possible by then. And that's just a reality that we need to start getting a grip on. The metaverse, mirror worlds, the world will be 3D, including the digital world. I imagine a world where this whole building will be machine readable and we'll have a digital layer, a digital twin around it at some point. Interestingly, we haven't talked a lot about AI and the role of AI in this whole process. So maybe that's something that we can take to the next presidency. Think big, start small. I love Jill Cousins' presentation. For 20,000 euros and volunteers, you can get started. And that may still be, for some museums, libraries, and archives, a big investment. I think we should also be realistic about that. But the more we can pool resources, the more we can work together, I think the more this will become a possibility for everyone. And the act now means that we can hand over the presidency, as far as we are concerned, or of course as far as Sweden is concerned, to the Spanish presidency, and later on to the Belgian presidencies, also here in the room. And we'll be talking to you later. So Jolan, maybe you want to introduce our final speaker, and thank you everyone for being here. It was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harry and Eva. Harry has done the introduction for me perfectly. Of course, this is part of the Swedish Presidency event. These presidencies change every 6 months, so we are looking forward to the next stop on our presidency tour, which is Spain. Laura Guindal, who is head of library project at the Spanish Ministry of Culture and Sports, will introduce the Spanish presidency for us. Laura.
Not to be able to be with you today in person, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to address a few words to you, even if it's on a delayed basis. For Spain, it is a source of pride to pick up the baton of the European presidency from our Swedish neighbors and to continue on the path of building the new common European data space for cultural heritage. That is why we invite you in October to the hybrid event that will be organized jointly by the Spanish Ministry of Culture and Europeana, and that will take place in Pamplona. In this event, we will continue talking about 3D and defining this new cultural data space that, interconnected with the rest of the data spaces, will shape the new Europe. From Spain, we want to take advantage of the 6-month presidency to put culture at the forefront of public policies as a means of promoting health, equality, economic growth, sustainable communities, etc. Thus, among the main lines we have for the presidency are to have culture as a global public good, and so promoting a culture-specific SDG. Also, we want to support cultural industries to raise a political debate on the need to improve the working, social security and tax conditions of artists, creators and cultural professionals. We want to boost the sustainable management of cultural heritage, its universal accessibility and its role in structuring the territory. And last, we aim to promote the audiovisual and digital culture of the video game sector in Europe. We are at a time of transformation and opportunities, and from Spain, we want to foster community dialogue to build the future of Europe together. Greetings, and see you in a few months in Pamplona.
Thank you, Laura, and indeed I hope to see all of you in Pamplona as well. I'd like to close by again thanking the Swedish National Heritage Board for making all of this possible. Most importantly, I do want to name Lisa Berg, Maria Rossipal, Björn Sundberg and Erik Fugelang for their great work, so please give them a hand as well. The last thing I'll say before I let you go is that I also want to thank all of my colleagues at Europeana who helped make this event happen. They have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to set all of this up, to make everything work as smoothly as possible. So thank you to Hina, Tamara, Valentin, Shadi, Sebastian, Hari, people back in The Hague, people online that are helping us. Thank you so much. Let's give them one last round of applause and let's go see an exhibition. Thank you so much.